Good morning, guys. How's it going? What is the good word? So new setup today. I got some monitor arms. Like I have at work, but the one thing I miscalculated was I don't have the space behind me to scissor the arms out enough to get the monitors together. So I've got a bit of a gap between my monitors now. So now I've got the mic right here. So let me know if that's any better. Like someone like Yeti. Oh god, don't like that guy. So the audio should be cutting out a little bit less, of course. Hey, morning Epic, how you doing, sir? What'd you get done today so far? So where we left off yesterday was we were going over regions and region code, and I'm just getting everything set up now. Oh, you just woke up? Nice. Well, normally when you pop in, you know, you've got all the things you've gotten done, and you're like, I got this done and that done, and I got this done, and I saw this person and that person, and it's awesome. I'm having tea, so it's good. I only have one coffee in the morning normally, so if I drink caffeine before that, it's tea. Sorry for being a little bit late. My son and daughter were having a rough time sleeping, so I had to divide and conquer with my wife. Okay, so we left off with, we were working with regions. We were trying to get the regions list working. Actually, we were just uncommenting the code we had to do periodic checks on rebuilding the region every couple minutes. Right here, reset reachability zones. So we uncommented this, and then it's calling reset reachability zones, which should just be, I looked over the code a little bit, it should just be, I've been learning music making. Oh, nice. That's awesome, dude. Hey, good morning, Crotchula68. If it's not Crotchula, I'm really sorry. I'm a stupid American, so I'm probably pronouncing it poorly. I apologize. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we're having... So we're getting ready to run this code, and I just want to look through what it does. So it looks like it walks through the whole map. And if the region reachability node is greater than 0, it's resetting it to 0. So 0 is the default. So let's make a comment of that, just so we can remember this when we come back again. Ah, fucker. Oh, and let me make the grandpa size code. Grandpa size font, I'm sorry. I always forget the grandpa font. Grandpa font, grandpa font. Okay, grandpa font's good. So we're gonna now say reset any reachability group back to default. So yeah, if a reachability group is greater than 0, then we know it's not the default group. So we're gonna reset it. And then we come back here, and then we're checking. What are we doing in here? Set reachability group. What the hell is that? What the hell does this do? It's weird that it's like being called, something's being called here and something's being called there about it. So not only is this like fixing code, like this is looking at code we wrote like 7 years ago, or 6 or 7 years ago. Let's see if we can figure out what in the hell this is that we're trying to do. Let's go to 312 over here. Whoop. Oh, instant grid. So all it does is it sets the node group to the reachability zone. So that's setting the node grid to a certain zone. I hope you're having a good morning, Crotchula. Crow, what up, Crow? Crow nuts! And good morning, Pilar. How are you doing, sir? Set the grid node to a reachability group. Or reachability zone. Okay, so let's go back here. So that's setting the reset the reachability group back to default for the node grid. And then down here, it's checking check reachability zone for the reachability zone node. What does that actually do? Goodness gracious. Check reachability zone. This method checks to see if a reachability zone exists. If so, it returns true, otherwise false. So if the reachability zone doesn't exist, then it clears it out. Oh, it's checking the grid that it's on, and then we've reset the node grid back. I think, no, what is... This loops through all of the game data reachability zone groups, which, what does this do? This is talking to the node grid. And this is talking to the reachability zone list, which are a little different. They're different, they do different things. Oh, I know a guy called Crobat, which is confusing. I'm okay, especially since it's a holiday in Germany. Oh, nice. What's the holiday? If you don't mind me asking. So we're looping through this grid. And what are we doing a count here for? So if the reachability zone doesn't exist, so if the reachability zone doesn't exist for the reachability node, which looks like it's only going to be 0 at this point. Check if the reachability, so it's only going to check for 0 unless I'm reading this wrong. So it's saying if it's not Doesn't, what the fuck? That doesn't make sense. So, but let's just assume that it was right. Oh, this code did lock up, so we'll see. If the reachability zone 0 doesn't exist, clear the node in zone, which is an empty list right now, and then add this location to it, and then add a reachability zone, get next reachability zone. What the fuck is this thing doing? What are you doing, crazy person? And this is looking for if things are prison cells, if they're outside, if they're touching edges. Loop through the map if a hex has a reachability group greater than 0 and reset it to 0. Yeah, it looks like it's setting everything to 0. So this should in effect reset. If the goal is to reset everything to 0, then are we doing this the right way? Loop through here. If the reachability group is greater than 0, reset it to 0. Set it to 0 here. Reachability node group set to 0. We're counting plus for the zone for some reason. If reachability zone has node 0, which is probably code we took somewhere else, or if it's not 0, then we do clear the node. We're clearing it every fucking run. Well, because we're adding a new fresh thing to it. Then we're adding to the reachability zone new reachability zone of get next reachability zone. Outside true, prison's false, touch edge true, node in zone. If they don't already exist, let's add the hex list. This doesn't make any goddamn sense. I think they call it Day of Work, like the International Workers' Day. Just some May Day, though. Oh, okay, May Day. Gotcha. Thank you for explaining. I was not sure. And how's my sound today, Bilar? Like, I moved the mic, like I reorganized the whole desk, and the mic's like right here now. And it looks like it's getting pretty good. I just want to make sure I'm not cutting out at all for you. Like, that's one good thing about my monitors not touching in the center anymore, is I can have the boom right here in my face. What up, EJ? How you doing, sir? Hello. EJ, I grabbed this from Rimworld for you when people are being dumb.
Sorry for these poor fools.
It's no welcome to the taco truck, but I was just testing out the fucking Stream Deck, and I was like, oh well, let me get a kip of EJ, and I was like, what the fuck is he even talking about? So it's like, randomly, I'll just throw that out there. And then, look, professional. I've got my daughter telling jokes.
What do you call a pirate with a blue top hat?
I don't know, what?
I don't know either. The education system has failed me.
Okay, so I really have no clue what the fuck I was doing here with this. Let's just run it and see what happens. And it's going to probably be exciting one way or another. If you stay up a little bit, EJ, Dean should be on in like half an hour or so. I hope you had a good stream. I had to go to bed early, so I didn't get to see. All I got to see was the plane take off after the check, and then I had to go family. Okay, we have it uncommented for the map atlas, right? So let's go and run this son of a gun. Let's run it. Let's see what happens. Actually, let's patch the debugger first, just in case. Just in case it gets extra shitty. Which, I mean, I had a specific note there saying it's going to lock everything up. So, I'm going to bet it's going to lock everything up. I got to sleep. Yeah. See you, man. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by.
Bye-bye.
Oh, oh, cool. That's awesome. I can't wait to see it. Oh shit, 11 p.m. Damn. Yeah, oh fuck. If you guys aren't following EJ, like I told you, he's the guy I always talk about. He's good peeps. Okay, debugger's attached. Let's see. Menu manager. Map atlas. Periodic check. Where's periodic check in? Oh, so it is a map atlas. Okay. Ah. Periodic check. Okay. Here we go. Here goes nothing. Here goes everything. Nice. This time I won't cook the tacos undercooked. You're such a savage sometimes. Get this out of my kitchen. This is undercooked. I won't even eat it. Okay, let's see. But yeah, it should be cutting out less, Balar. Now that the mic's here, I was able to tweak the game stuff. So it shouldn't cut out. Okay. Is it locking up? Okay, it's not locking up so far. And it's actually running the flood fills shit, I think, right? Periodic check. So periodic check should be saying... periodic checks. Yes. Just to make sure it's running. I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be running, but just to be sure. It might be, this was also uncommented, so this one might be what was causing the lockup. Oh, actually, this might have been doing... I don't see it doing any flood fill stuff here. Because if it's going to reset all the zones back to 0, then it should also start doing a flood fill to rebuild the zone list, but we'll see. Oh yeah, I also have to turn back on the, where's it? Boop. There we go. Since we're playing our soundtrack, then let's put the video back on. Okay, this totally seems a little locked up, you know, just saying. Seems like it's a little unhappy. Bit of an unhappy panda. Let's see. Let me put a deep breakpoint right here.
The man they call Jay. He robbed from the rich and he gave to the poor. Stood up to the man and he gave him what for. Our love for
Okay, so yeah, that is totally
to explain. The hero of Canton, the man they call
totally locked up the editor. Okay, let's kill it, and let's attach the debugger, put a breakpoint there, and see if we can walk through and figure out what in the fuck is going on. Thanks, Killpon, for recommending this to get done. I really appreciate it. It was really nice of you, man. I mean, I really liked when you said, I'm gonna pick the thing that's gonna aggravate you the most. Such a nice thing. There it is, Unity Hub. Let's kill Unity. Boop. 5 seconds flat. Stole everything Boss Higgins had to steal. A connection was forcibly closed. Well, that's what happens when you kill things.
To the man and he gave him what for. Our love for him now ain't hard.
And the green screen should be better today too. I worked in a little bit after work. I have better like Muslim fabric coming tomorrow. Well, whenever Amazon said it'll be here in like 6 weeks, but they'll probably be like, it's on your front porch, bitch. I was like, yeah, it is. That's how it do be. Okay, let's go. Come on. While we're young, Unity.
That money hit sky. He dropped it onto our house.
This is...
He
Dropped it into our yards.
And the man they called Jane, he turned on his plane and headed out for the stars.
It's running every 5 seconds, and it's looping through everything in the map, right? So that's 90,000 loops for the most part.
Our love for him now ain't hard to explain. The hero of Panton, the man.
And the goal was to... This is the periodic check that rebuilds. What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to... Remember when we were mining in the mountain, and the mountain wasn't getting its reachability zone reset. So what this is supposed to do is it's supposed to blow that whole system out and redo it every 5 seconds. So it's obviously not working right. Let's reattach the debugger.
The coconut nut is a giant nut. If you eat too much, you get very fat. Now, the coconut nut is a big, big nut, but this delicious nut
Hello?
is not.
There you go.
It's the cocoa fruit
It's the cocoa fruit.
of
Okay,
the
here we go.
cocoa tree.
Try again.
From the cocoa palm family, there are so many uses of the coconut tree. You can build a bigger house for the family. All you need is to find the coconut man. If he cuts the tree, he gets the fruits free. It's the cocoa fruit
Okay, so it's created.
of the cocoa tree.
Okay, so it waited 5 seconds and then it hit this son of a gun. Okay. And let's...
The coconut
Ooh, you can add conditions? I didn't know that. What a fucking... That's... Dude, that would have... Wow, that would have saved me a lot of fucking trouble over the years for sure.
is junk.
Okay. Let's continue and see.
The coconut wood is very good.
We should see it spawn every once in a while, like periodic check down here.
Now the coconut root to take
Oh, it did. Okay.
root, you can throw it or use it.
Let's
as
collapse.
firewood. The coconut leaves
So it's running the periodic checks
gives for the roof, for the walls, and
every 5 seconds. Okay.
now the coconut
So let's do a mining job. So let's see. We should be able to see in the debug here if we say show reachability.
it's the cocoa fruit.
It's the cocoa fruit. Now let's do a mining job and mine that out.
From the cocoa palm family.
Let's wait for the next.
Coconut nut is a giant nut.
Okay, so it did work. Okay, so the periodic check works. It might, in your guys' opinion, what sounds more fun? One gun that gets more and more upgradable through a run, or multiple guns which you can switch from that all take on your passive effects? And when you say gun, are you talking about the spaceship portion? Or are you talking about the portion when you're like the Marine or whatever that's in not first person mode, but like the character mode? Okay, both.
Of the cocoa tree.
Like, so the ship having like multiple weapons, like one's a cannon and one's like a missile launcher, that totally makes sense, and that's a common mechanic. Because then you could have like, you could have your missiles for like long range combat. Like when I play that kind of stuff, it's like I pick my long range sniping weapon and then I have my like get in and fuck people in the face gun.
Cocoa tree.
I don't think for a ship the
From
the gun gets more and more upgradable through a run sounds. But I might not be thinking about it the right way. So at the end of the day, do what you think is best. But for like the player, yeah, for the player, just giving them like, oh, you got a shotgun, you have a shotgun for when you need to get in and wreck face, and then you've got like a machine, like a rifle for a long, like a DMR for like longer shots, if that makes sense. Works where you up as disguising collection of different things. I'd have to play Binding of Isaac. I watched people play it. Like I watched my buddy Shimmy play it, and it's certainly interesting for sure. But I don't know the mechanics enough to like speak intelligently about it. Okay, well then you do what you think is best, because I've never played Binding of Isaac. Binding of Isaac. Okay, so we want to move this. This periodic check thing is awesome, but it's causing a bit of a hitch. So, that need is booze. I'm gonna see about turning the reset reachability zone stuff into a new murder, just so we can. Yeah, let's do an enumerator and see if it is any happier. Okay, let me commit everything into Git before we start, just to make sure we have like a good starting point for the day. I don't know, I'm for both, but it'll come to execution. Well, I mean, it'll come to execution, but it should also come to like which one you find more fun. So like if you read Tynan Sylvester's book, like the one big thing he talks about for like game design is making sure people will play test the shit out of your game, because you don't know what you don't know what's fun, because you lose track of the forest for the trees because you're so close to it. So getting someone that you don't tell about the game and you just say, here, sit down and play this game and tell me what you think. You don't give them any info going into it. You don't answer questions for them when they have questions, but you sit and watch them. So it's like if they try to figure something out, you're like, oh, this UI sucks, we need to refine it. And then when they're done playing, you say, hey, get their feedback from them, because you don't ever want to, what is going on over there? What did I miss? Hey, thank you, Califications, for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. And let's give a shout out to Miss or Mrs. Hello Creation. Did I get it right? Haha! So what were you working on tonight? Or this morning, or wherever you are in the world? We're working on a RimWorld looking Dwarf Fortress depth game set in a Firefly style universe. But I would love to know what you're working on. Thank you for the raid, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That makes my morning. Hey! So what were you working on? Let me go and shoot you a follow real quick. Ah! Boop, boop, boop. Open Sesame. Twitch extension. Oh, nice. What will the extension do? I am very curious. I've never made a Twitch extension. It would probably be a fun project one day. Like, I could totally make a Twitch bot. Like, I've helped people write their own. But I've never made one, but that would be fun to do. May 1st. May 1st, start code. It's the worst commit message ever, but I like having a demarcation from every day when we start, before you start making changes. Let me go in here. Oop. Nope, don't want that. I will be doing some Twitch roleplay, some GTA 5 roleplay soon too. My buddy Honorby got me, they're starting up a 5M server, and I was like, you know, I miss being a roleplay cop. It'll be fun. But let me go give you a follow real quick. And I want to see what... I think I broke the live version. Shoutouts for streamers is available to everyone. I think I broke the live version. Oh, Jesus. Streamers is available to everyone. Why do I hear my version? Oh, God. That guy's voice sucks. I just went to go follow you, and I hate that guy's voice. Oh, I'm already following you. Okay, cool. Nice. Shout out for... Oh, so it's an extension for shout out for streamers. How does it work? Do I just add it as a panel just like any of the other extensions, and does it like automatically shout out people that raid you, or how does it work? But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. So yeah, every night we do we spend like 4 or 5 hours going through the game, making some improvements to it. Ah. Okay, so I need to make a shout out one, because I made mine here is Streamer Dot. Or Streamer Bang. Or Bang Streamer. Okay. So we just returned on code. So we were having an issue where we were coming in here, and when you're changing the terrain, you're rebuilding the what we call like the reachability zone, which is basically, I'll turn on the debug so you can see when the game loads up. But it lets you say, it breaks the whole map up into different reachability zones. For instance, oh, I gotta hit the button first. Boop. So for instance, this is all one zone because it's all that color pink. And then if we go down here, this is all a different color. And actually, is that a different? Okay, so it is a different color. So that's actually getting broken up a different group. So if we go here and do something like, we're going to mine out this hex over here. And watch what happens at first. So see, it didn't have any color because it wasn't being added into the zone. So this periodic check is running every 5 seconds, and it's refreshing the map to update the pathing and the zones and everything. Which at 5 seconds is really long. It's causing a little bit of a stutter if you watch. If I unlock the camera, you'll see there's a bit of a hitch, like whenever it does the calculations. So we need to put it into like a iEnumerator so that work can happen in multiple frames and it doesn't hitch the game up. Hey, thank you for stopping by, CeeLo. I really appreciate it. Or Callow Creation, I really appreciate you stopping by, fellow live coder, and I really appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Have a good night, and I cannot wait to check out your extension. Oh, thank you for the cheer. I need to make a cheer, thanks. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. JJ. Jay, the developer. Good morning, by the way. Okay, so let's break this function out into a... That's not what I wanted, but I should have 2 windows open for that for later for work. Boop. Okay, so we want to break out the periodic check. Actually, we want to break out the reset reachability zone into an iEnumerator. Because normally the first build out of the zone happens when the scene is loading, so you don't really notice. But after the scene's loaded, you kind of want it to be smooth. So let's make this an iEnumerator. And then we're going to need to start returning things. So we're looping through the list, and then from the list, reset reachability zones. Oh, and then this is from here, this is calling reset reachability zone node. Which that's probably what's doing all the, all the hard work. Let's see, reset reachability node zone. Okay, so that's doing all the hard work here. So what this is doing is looping through the zones, resetting nodes before and after. Let's see. Good evening. Yeah. Well, if it's, where are you located, Jay? Are you on the West Coast? If it's evening for you, because it's morning for me. I'm up for the day. Oh man, I didn't mean to clear everything out. That is annoying. Let's reset that real quick. Let's reset that, and I want to run through one more time with collapse off because I want to see specifically what's happening. I want to make sure this is also firing. I mean, it should be, but I just want to see the debug log for it. Reset reachability zones node. Zones on node. And then where's our debug output for here? We're not doing any? We're just not doing any reachability zones there? Nodes and zone before and after. Okay, let's run this one more time, and then we'll break it out. We'll just try to figure out which part should be an iEnumerator to keep it flowing smooth. Oh, that's awesome. Oh yeah, that is overnight. Like, yeah, Dean will be on in a little bit, and he does his overnight, like, late night streams. So what is it, like 9 or 10 p.m. there now? Or like 8 p.m.? 6 p.m. Okay, nice. So 3 hours, so 12 like 15 hours? Yeah, 15 hours difference. Okay. I will try to remember that from now on. Okay, so let's go turn collapse off because I want to see the full run. Okay, so it's setting it there. blood fill starts. So we want to look for the term zone, blah, nodes and zone before, after. Okay, there it is. Cool. That's actually running, but it looks like the real meat, because this is just doing like a little loop over a couple zones. This is looping over the whole fucking map. So this is probably where we want to make this an enumerator, so it can do the work over multiple frames. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm by no means a subject matter expert, but I've been around the block enough that I can, if you have any questions, I can totally answer them. Or at least hopefully point you in the right direction. Or I can learn something, which is probably the most important part. I love to learn. Let's see. Like, chat's been super helpful fixing a couple big, like, logic problems. Like, originally the work system was being done is like a bunch of bools, and they're like, just make it a state machine with fucking enums. What's wrong with you? I was like, I'm a dummy. That's what's wrong with me. Okay. So we're going to yield back after every... After every loop through the Y, let's yield back. And let's see how that feels. Because you want it to feel... you don't want the game to be herky-jerky when it happens. You want it to be smooth. Let's look at another example of an enumerator we have, just to make sure. I always get the syntax wonky, so I want to see. So I yield break there. At the end of every loop, I do a yield. I want to make sure I do a yield return null. Okay, so I am doing a yield return null at the end, and that'll wait for the next frame. Okay, so we're gonna loop. We're gonna wait for the frame at the end of one full run of the y-axis. So let's see how that runs now. But we're gonna need to change this call a little bit. Instead of calling it like this, we need to say start coroutine. Coroutine, and then reset reachability nodes on zone. There we go. And then let's see if our frames stay a little bit better. Gosh darn this thing being in my way. I'm really sorry. I'll get used to it. It's just the very first day I've got it in the way here like that, and it's totally messing me up for sure. Ah, look at that desktop. Gross. It's like when you get used to your desk being laid out a certain way for so long, and then you change it, and your like muscle memory is like, oh, I can reach. It's like, fuck, I can't reach here because this boom's in my way now. But I'm getting a shock bounce coming in a couple of days, so hopefully when I bang the shit, it's not going to be destroying your ears. I mean, there's also a compressor, so hopefully it's not going to destroy your ears, but I still don't like it anyway. Okay, so now we're going to run it as an enumerator. So let's see if we get that herky-jerkiness every time. Because 5 seconds is really a little bit slow. Okay. Oh, that was still a little bit herky-jerky, wasn't it? Yeah, still a little herky-jerky. Let's also do... So we're doing a loop after every one of these. Doing it... Making this run every one frame, like if we do it inside of this, that would probably... That would probably really... extend this. This would probably take a lot longer to get done at that point. But let's let's see. Let's move it in here and see what happens inside this for loop. And see if we get any better results. And just to make sure it still flows properly, because this is basically going to loop through like 90,000 cells. So like every 5 seconds it's going to have to do that. So we'll have to see how it works now. Here we go. Let's turn on the debug. Boop. Hey, turn on the debug. Turn on the debug. Boop. I don't see the reachability zones being drawn on my screen. Why don't I see the reachability zones? What in the world? Yeah, why don't I see the zones? What in the world? Oh, well, it's not checked for one. Yeah, so it doesn't like that. Like, it is not... Yeah, it does not like that return null at every frame, for sure. Okay. Is that just messing up everything? Is that... that doesn't seem like it makes sense, though. Let's move it back down here. Outside the if, and let's see what happens now. Dude, what is my computer's damage right now? Resharper stuff? Oh, it's doing something in the background. What are you doing in the background, Resharper? Yeah, what are you doing? Besides murdering my CPU. Please no murder. Please no murder CPU. Okay, nothing in the event log. Okay. I bet it's Vivaldi needs to get something kicked in the face. Something's probably eating up all the memory. Oh, not too bad. Okay. Oh yeah, let me close this tab. I was broadcasting that. Okay, there we go. Boop. Okay, let's run now and see if the reachability... That's weird that it wasn't drawing the overlay though. Like that's really bizarre. What in the world? Okay. Okay, so it draws the reachability zones there. Every 5 seconds it's hitching when that happens. Like watch, you'll see the camera hitch when it's repainting. Okay. What would the difference be though? That doesn't make any sense. Instead of doing it inside of here. Oh, I know what might be happening. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, it's running this video at like 1080p. Let me turn it down. We can do potato quality. Okay, there. Potato quality, please. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Move it. Let's move it back in here again. Like, I'd like to understand why moving this null, this yield return into the inner loop makes it even jankier. Let's see. Let's try again. Like one, we were losing the overlay debug, which was weird, which was a tile highlight. That was bizarre. But then the other thing, it was still super herky-jerky. Okay, here we go. Turn on the... Why? That is so fucking weird. This doesn't make any... It will make sense, but I don't understand what's going on with it right now, for sure. But the... It's taking so much longer though, isn't it? Like let's count from the time this message count jumps. Let's count it because it's supposed to run every 5 seconds. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000. So like every 5 or 6 seconds it's running. Let's collapse it down. And this is really weird. Okay, let's go out of here and see how the reachability zone things work, because how this option there works in the debug, because I'd like to understand why it's doing that. Like that's fucking weird. Gosh darn my hand. I'm trying to move the tablet down here so we can get some drawing on when we need to. Gosh, what a... There we go. Let's get that open. Let's make sure it works. Does it work? Oop. Hi, chat. Okay, it's working. Perfect. So we'll have it here when we're ready for something else. So let's look at the reachability zone debug. Boop. Debug submenu. So what does show reachability zone do? Show hide reachability zone in menu manager. So let's go look at menu manager. I actually need that, but thanks. Show hide reachability zone. So that calls. So all that's doing is setting the tile layer active for 9, and then let's set this to whatever the variable is that we use and not just randomly say tile layer 9. Oop, let's move that up a little. 9 is... Don't touch your Shopa. What layer is 9? 9 must be the reachability zone overlay, I would guess. Reachability zone layer. We'll call that reachability layer. We'll set menu manager to just have that hard coded as the static constant. No? False? Copy this for both of them. Boop. Go. But this still doesn't make sense why it's not working. And so layer 9 in here, oh goodness, hold on, work. Let's see. Sorry, work 1 second. Let's see what it was. Okay. Let me check something real quick. I'll be right back in 1 second. Okay, we're good. It was just a little blip in the network. Nothing big. Okay, back. So this is looking at layer 9, and layer 9 is, if we look down here at the grid is Unity's representation for all of its data. Okay, so layer 9 is the flood. Oh, so it's the flood fill layer. So let's go back and let's name it properly. We'll call it the flood fill layer. Because I want the constant names, or I want the static names to be right. So this should be called the flood fill layer. Flood file layer. Flood fill layer. And then if we go back and look at menu manager, okay, got updated properly, cool. So now let's go back and test. So how would moving this to be an enumerator be causing this issue we're seeing right now? Which is interesting. Like just adding the yield inside of this for loop. How would that, and let's move it actually inside here. Only yield at the end of something we're doing. But yeah, how would that be delaying the painting? Unless, well, let's look at where the painting's actually happening, because I don't think it's happening in here. It's probably happening. It would be happening wherever we see a set tile. So let's see, where's that set tile happening? Not here. So it's not happening there. Is it happening here where we're saying build initial reachability zone? It might be happening here. Let's see. This looks more like the culprit. Let's see. To take a start position and what reachability zone you're looking for, then convert everything that is that from value to a new reachability zone. Do this with a flood fill afterwards. The two value will be created in this case by determining the next zone ID for a reachability zone. This will be the initial fill outs. So okay, this makes sense. This is probably where we're doing the set tile. No, we're not doing it here. Well, here we're clearing the tile map. So that's where the tile map's getting cleared. So where are we setting the tile map? It's probably... place nodes in zone. Let's see if it's in there. This is just looping through the zones, updating them. That's not... So we clear the map here. It's not replace nodes there. Remove nodes from reachability zone. Not there. Where the hell is it at? So it's clearing the time map, but where's it building out the time map? Because that's kind of a big deal. Because it has to be something with the numerator that's causing it to happen like at a different frame, so it's not getting the data it needs to update the flood fill. What in the world is going on? This is interesting. It's like a... I'm totally, I'm kind of proud of myself in a way, because I'm like, I wrote all of this by myself. But I wrote it so poorly, it's like I look at it years later, like, fuck, what were you thinking? What drugs were you doing? Oh my lord. Okay, and this should become game manager.flood fill layer. So we need to see something that sets things on tile 9. And what in the world would that be? So we clear it here. And we're updating it. Oh, here's where it's setting the tile. Oh, we're getting the tile here for what it should be. So what are we doing with that tile? Are we passing it into flood fill? Oh, we are. Flood fill's doing it. So flood fill is doing this. Okay, flood fill's painting the tiles, isn't it? Aren't you, Floodfill? You're painting the tiles. You're doing this. Are you? Oh yeah, because you're calling Floodfill. So yeah, you are setting the tiles. So this is... So let's see, reset reachability nodes. That probably... This might need to move inside of the coroutine then. Potentially. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It has to move inside of here. It's a static though, so you can't... Why do I have it as... Why the fuck do I have this as a static? Was I trying to be clever? I mean, it's not a... It's static because it's nothing to do with Unity at all. This is just a data class. Let's see if we can actually move it inside of here then. Let's see what happens. It might not work, but we'll see. Let's see. Reset reachability zones on node. So we're calling reset reachability nodes on zone, which calls this stuff, which is inside the enumerator. And then at the end of this for loop, at the end of this shenanigans, let's call this and see if it works the same. Let me make a note. No. Let me make a note that I move this inside of the routine above. Let's see if that, because this should then be getting... No, this is still going to be a... Well, it's an enumerator, so it should be okay. Like this is going to take a little bit, but it should be okay. But we'll see. Okay, let's try it. Let's see if we at least see the flood fill working at that point. It'll probably still be herky-jerky since we're moving it, or it might not even work because it's... No, the fact that it's a static shouldn't affect it. But we're not... That chunk's going to happen all at one time, though. So it's going to step nicely through all of the resetting of the zones for all 90,000 hexes, and then it's going to get to that and do that as one chunk of work in one frame. So we might see it herky-jerky. So if we go to the profile, we'll probably see it be herky-jerky. And we probably shouldn't spend too much time on it. As long as it doesn't lock the game up, we should be okay with it. Like, if it's a little spiky here in the editor, it'll be better in the player, and it's good enough for now. We don't need to solve the problem now, especially if we can say it's good enough and move on with our lives. Okay. Hey, come here. Is it even running? Let's see. Those don't look like they're incrementing at all anymore. Is it really taking that long to do everything? No way. That can't be what's happening. Just went up by 1. What is this doing? This can't be that. Okay. This is... So it is running the periodic checks, but let's see how often. 848. Okay, so it's running the periodic check, but nothing else is logging, which is a sign that it's not fucking working right. Oh yeah, this is super fucked. What? Like, it's totally... What in the world is... What is going on?
Russian village boys.
I don't care. Where are you from? Let's destroy your
What's going on?
nobody can stop me.
Loop.
Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Раз, два, три. Погнали. Russian gang, here we go. Every weekend make a bomb. Our bass inside your soul and your mind get blown. Village boys и диджей Блятман разрывают ваши хаты. Да нам просто поебать. Скажем вместе, сука, блять.
What the fuck is going on here? This doesn't make any sense. Okay. Little stuttering's good enough for now. We're gonna slowly back away from this, and we're gonna say no, whatever. We're going back to. We'll live with a little stutter for now. We'll address this later. This is not something we have to solve right now. Okay. Good. Let's run it. Let's get it back to the stutterness, and then we'll move on to the next thing, which is making sure that door links work properly. Because that's one big thing we have to figure out. Like, if this periodic check runs, it's a little stuttery, but at least it updates the map. Okay, we can move on. Then the next piece we need to get done for regions is that when we build out this house, when we add a door, it's going to be a separate zone, which we'll do in a second once we verify we're back to like where we were with a little stutterness. And then we will go into the editor and make this house a little bit bigger so that it's got a decent sized zone. So you can see how the flood fill works for that. And then we can get the door links working. So a door link is going to let us, you know, put a door here on the house, and then this will be like zone 3. This is all going to be zone 1. And then when you say, I want a path from here to here, it's going to say, oh, there's no link here because these are different zones. But it'll say, then it'll look in the zone door list and say, is there a door? Is there any zones that say 0 and 3? It'll check the numbers and it'll find, oh yeah, and it'll say there's a door right, you know, there's a door at 1010. So then what the Pathfinder will do is they'll say, okay, path from here to 1010 is a waypoint, and then from there, path from 1010 to your next zone. And that's how you can traverse zones with the system. Let me take some screenies. Periodic jankiness working. And let's mine. And then, boop. Oh, I hit the button, boo-boo. Okay, it worked. Okay, so then we're good. Perfect. It's a little janky. We'll put it to here like, this is ass. This is itchy. Find a way to make it less assy. Perfect. Okay. So now we need to see what we're doing with the door links though. So if we go back up here to Map Atlas, we had a couple more things in periodic checks that we needed to fix or revisit, actually make working again. So we'd commented all this stuff out the other day. So we know this causes a significant amount of jerkiness. We'll put a note here. This function causes a pretty intense bit of chunking, of hitching, because it iterates through the full map multiple times. Because it has to loop through multiple times to build out the flood fill algorithm and everything, or to build out the flood fill map for everything. So yeah, it's a bit of a bear. And thanks for everyone hanging out. I really appreciate it. If you have any questions, shoot them out in chat. And wear Adidas. Okay. So what does this loop do? So this is, okay, this is doing the door links. The exact thing we're talking about. So before we do that, let's fix the map a little bit to make this house a little bit bigger. So it'll be built out and it'll make a bit of a bigger zone. And there was a new editor update, so hopefully it fixed the issue with, you know, potentially locking up the whole fucking editor when you're making little changes to tile maps. Yeah, no big deal, right? No big deal. Let's erase this. Okay, so far so good. It chugged for a little bit, but we got it. Oh, or is it totally boned now? Well, they didn't fix that bug, so we're gonna close the editor again, and we're gonna make these changes in prefab mode. Let's kill that. Reopen it again. Give it another try. Yeah, they have a fix for that. They have a bug where, you know, tile maps will crash the editor, and they have a fix for it, and the fix is going to Unity 20.2, which is in alpha. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I used to be okay with that. Like, I'll go to the bleeding edge build, but you spend so much time fixing shit and sub breaks. It's like, I'll stick with this. I'll stick with 2019, the end of 2019.3. And then when they put out the LTS version of 2018, I'll just stick with that for this. And maybe we'll do like a, you know, every once a year we'll, depending on how long it takes us to finish this, maybe we'll spend a little bit of time, you know, digging into stuff and fixing it. But for now, okay, so let's go edit this prefab. Or no, this prefab, duh. Open this prefab up. Boop. And then let's go to the wall layer, tile map, erase. Yeah, it's going to be pausey and trash, but at least it doesn't lock up the editor. So, small victories. Oh, let me turn autosave off. That might let us do this without having this bullshit. Okay, yeah, we'll do this. Turn autosave off. And then let's, are trees on the wall layer? No, trees are on the item layer. Let's erase them too. Boop, boop. Go back to wall layer. Paint. Make the house a little bit bigger. And then put a door here. Boop. Okay. And then let's save this prefab. Oh, the Ushanka hat. I know that from Tarkov. The big old floppy eared. Ushanka. Okay. So we've saved that. Let's go back. Save this. Save the project. Now when we load in, this should be a different zone. And let's see. If we get this being another zone, then we'll step through the door link code and get this working. Get it working again. Where'd the colonists go? Oh, they're in a different part of the world now? Is that what you're telling me? Because I closed the editor and reopened it, and it redid the seed. Hey, welcome back, Eden. Yeah, they're in a different part of the map now because I closed and reopened everything. Nice. Let's go. We'll leave the floodfill stuff on for now. We'll turn the periodic check logs off for now, though. Where are they? There they are. Periodic reset zone stuff. We'll comment this log. Well, we won't comment out, but we'll set it to debug level, so we won't see it anymore. It's just less garbage, less stuff in the logs that we're looking for. You know, makes it easier to. It cuts down the signal noise ratio, so we can actually see what we're trying to do. And you know, writing stuff to log is actually expensive, and it can lag your shit out, which is good times. Let us see. Let us pray. Okay, so we're gonna find out where. We're gonna go see where the colonists are spawning now. Move our camera to there. Paint a building near them so we can actually just stay focused. And get this door link stuff done. But actually, I would like to see when it starts. I just want to make sure this is a different zone. It should be, but I don't know. I just want to be sure. Okay, it is a different zone. Perfect. That works, right? Where are our colonists now? Where are they now? Where did you... You guys are now... You're in the middle of the map. Okay. I dig it. Let me go find you guys on the map. Where are you guys? And let me turn off this zone because it doesn't help. Doesn't help me see. That's for sure. You guys are in the middle of the map? Oh, there's the camera. So I go up a little bit and right. There we go. There's our colonist. And let's grab the camera position. So we can save it. Boop. Hey. Component. Put out. Hey, Killpon. Good morning, sir. How are you doing? Nice to see you, my friend. My friend. So let's paste the camera values so we go to where they are. Good. And then we'll build a little house. We'll make a house, not a home. So we're gonna build a little house over here somewhere. So let's open up this prefab again. Boop. Turn off auto saving. Go back to right here. In this general area. And then let's see, wall layer, tile painter. Let's paint a house. What? Oh, I was clicking the wrong hex. Okay. Okay, we're painting a little house here. Perfect little house. Oh shit. Don't want to leave the tree in the middle of the house. That would cause some problemos. Boop. Okay, there we go. Save the prefab. Hopefully we made it near enough by where we are. But I guess we'll find out when we hit play. Oh, why are you meh? Meh. You not feeling good? Or you annoyed at your game or what? It's kind of close. Okay. A little to the right of it. We'll build another one then. So we'll go over here. There it is. Perfect. Okay. And then we'll punt. We will punt. Oop. Save. Should show up right over here. Hey, we fucking did it. America. Okay. Cool. Oh, I like how the shadow gets cast on the tree. Oh, that's not really shadow. That's actually the PNG. But we'll fix that eventually. We'll add the light effects from the light and not that random PNG effect. Oh, I overslept. Just not all with it. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, we were. Oh, I had to push the stream back a little bit because the kids were having a rough night. So me and my wife had to divide and conquer. Where are the colonists? Because I went into... Oh my god. Game, you are totally trolling me. Game, you are trolling me, putting them on the edge of the map like that. Let me go back in the prefab so it resets it again. Yeah, I woke up early because my son was having a rough time and he came into the room and then... Oh, it was just it was rough. Oh, now you're making me yawn, Killpon. See what you do to me, sir? No fun. No bueno. Okay. Let's open the prefab again. Let's put a house down here. I'll put houses everywhere, mister. Don't think I won't. Wall layer. Door. Erase that one. Save the prefab. Which will reset the seed, which will put the colonists somewhere else. Put the colonists somewhere else. And then I'm gonna just get angry and just write code to move them. Oh. Okay, where are you guys at? Oh, they're dancing to the music. Nice. Now you're on the right of the map. You crazy colonists. Okay, let's just go. You know, we're gonna write code to position them where we fucking want them to be. Just for testing. Because the seed changes every time you go into the prefab and come out, so. No bueno. No, Mr. Superman over here. We're gonna go fix that real quick. Well, not fix it, but we're gonna set it. I mean, it's not necessarily broken, but... It certainly makes it more of a pain in the butt. Where's it? Spawn colonists? There it is, spawn colonists. And it picks a random range, right? And where do we track the loop? We're on object count. Yeah, for testing, we're gonna hard code. We're gonna just hard code them to be in the middle of the map. Oh, actually, it looks like we're resetting it here. And we're looping through. while not valid position, we're going to set them to random position. Then we're going to check the paintability, and we're going to paint the columns there. Did you know that random range is inclusive for floats and exclusives for ints? Really? Huh, interesting. Was that something you learned the hard way? Excuse me. Okay, so it comes all the way down here for picking character spots, for sure. And here it's looping through the columns that we want. Where's it putting the position? The unit, it's instantiating at start position. Okay. So we're gonna do 0. We're gonna put 0 in a certain spot then. And this before going to production. So we're gonna set start position is just for 1. If I is equal to 1, we're gonna do something special for the very first colonist, just as a way to hard code it to make sure the fucker doesn't move around on us all the time. Vector 2, I'm gonna do 150, 150, like right in the middle of the map, but only for 1. That should work? Question mark? Nice. It's Russian hard base. Pretty good, right? Yeah. There, you can see a little video preview up there. You can thank me later. Okay, so let's go back into Unity. I found the automatic scene switcher plugin Killpond. I just have to get it set up now. But yes, you're making me yawn because you overslept. I'm sorry about that. So the one thing that's a downside about using the automatic scene switcher is then the Epic Pen won't work because you have to use a display to get it to work. You know, Killpond for the win, and then give him a little heart, little Killpond heart. Oh, and if depending on how hard you push the pen, it like changes. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice touch. Excuse me. Okay, let's run. Should put one colonist at 150, 150. What explains a lot? The display or the automatic? Dude, we spent the first couple minutes of the stream trying to make the reset regions be a little bit less chunky and hitchy, and then I was cursing you. Because then I was just like, no, fuck it. I'll let it be jerky for a while. We'll fix it later. But now we're finishing the door links so that you can, so that these zones all get linked up properly. I just have to find my colonist now, though. The first one should be at 150, 150. I like all music. Here, if you're gonna be a smarty pants, here, then I got something else for you then. Okay, everyone, you can thank Killpond for this. Let's thank Commander Killpond for. Let me find the other thing I like. No, not you. Hey, stop. Huh. That station's not on. Okay, I'm going to open up iTunes and we're going to put on, well, when I open up iTunes instead of my computer just like having a goddamn seizure. Thank you. And we're going to put on some Killpond friendly music that Killpond will love. Boop. Too late, Killpond. It's too late. Can't take this back. It's happening. Un momento, por favor. Almost done. There it is. Ha. There you go. Boop.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Enya's actually pretty good. I like Enya as well. How's the music level? Is it too high or too low or good? Okay, let me find the other colonists now that we've got the music taken care of. Where are you? Okay, so we need to go right to the middle. So I need to go right some more. Meow, and then down. There we go. Okay, you're at 150, 150, right? Yeah. And you're at 151? Yes. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and block this. Go to the camera. Get the coordinates. And the reason I'm being so particular about this is we're going to have to iterate on this door link thing a lot, so I don't have to spend time like building a house and moving colonists. Like, I just want to have it there so we can just quickly like bang through it and test it. Like, I want to spawn in, try to fucking path into the door, and if it works, we're good, and if it doesn't work, then we can iterate quickly. Like, I don't want to take forever to test stuff, you know? Boop. Okay, now we've moved there. Now we're going to open this up in the prefab again. We're going to put a house there. Obama! First dance is always free. So we got to go right to here in the prefab. In the middle, we gotta go. Do, 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 do. Must find the middle. It should be like right there, right? Bad boy. Okay, we'll build something here just to start. Just to have a reference point. We'll call it Ruins. Boop. Yeah, I love Electro Swing too. But I mean, I like all music. Like, it depends on the type of mood I'm in. But I can find joy in pretty much anything. Like, I really love opera. Like, Queen of the Night. I forget the full title. Aria something Queen of the Night. Like, it's so good. Like, yeah, I'm not doing it justice, but it's really good. So, sorry about that, chat. You can blame Killpon for that. You know, he brought out the opera in me. This is your fault, Killpond. I was pointing to where the camera was the other day, but now it's up here. You're right there. Boop. Boop on the snoot. Little snoot booping. Okay. Oh, so I'm just a little bit off. Okay. So we need to drop down and over just a scrimidgen. Just a crimidgy-midgen. So down a couple trees. So down to the next pond and then right above the next one. So right there. Burn it with fire. Burn what with fire? I should have answered, yes, my child. That would have been the better Jesus question. But it has a tendency to make people mad when I make jokes about that. Queen is what? B? Boop, boop, boop. Okay. We've got a little house by Lake Havasu right here. Would be perfect. Perfect. So they're gonna be right next to this fucking house. Hopefully. We're gonna be able to start with the flood fill on. No, don't. We don't care. Oh. I'm really sorry. I can do better, but you know, with the opera stuff, I'm no opera singer. As you could tell by the by the terrible singing. Like, is that a dying walrus? No, no. He's just singing. Grab a piece of paper. Okay. Is it being set as a different zone? Okay, it is. So it is getting its zone. So that's a plus. So every refresh, the color changes a little more subtly. But now we need to get this door linker working. Now we've got a quick way to test. So let's go back to the code. To the code! Da-da-da-da-da, to the code mobile! Scrimmaging. I think a scrimmaging could be an official, you know, biscuit-related unit of measurement. Dudes, I'm really happy. This isn't to cause anything, but I wanted to share. I was really excited. These two emotes got put in from, they're from drawings my daughter made. So one's an Arctic fox and one's a regular fox, but I just labeled him a doggo. So I just made him, you know, the doggo first. So those are two new emotes my daughter made. And I've got one where she's saying hi, but that's still waiting for approval from Twitch. Okay. To the door link. If reachability zone door link count. And where do we use this? So let's first take a step back and see how it works right now before we start digging with it. Understanding things before you throw wrenches into them is normally a good idea. And speaking of that, let me make a commit before we start the reachability, the door link stuff, just so everything's copacetic. You know, worst case, or before starting on door link reachability. Good. Perfect. And whenever Philip gets here, oh, thanks. Yeah, I was really, yeah, she didn't even, she just drew me those drawings. I was like, hey, can I use those as emotes? And I was like, yeah. I was like, boy, too bad you don't have one of them like that says hi. So she just went and she's like, hold on. And she went away for like an hour and came back and she drew like half an hour. She had like a little cat that's sitting there. It's going, hi. I was like, oh, that's gonna be so awesome. She's so creative. So where's reachability zone door link set? Here, which this is where we are right now. And then region rebuild specific door link. That's still here. And this is where we build the objects when we start. Ooh, that man is... Oh, and here's where we're checking the zone links for walking. Check zone for doors. Okay. See, I put a lot of work into this shit. Like, this is pretty sweet. Even though Killpond likes to poop on me all the time, it was still nice. Oh, did you make any progress on your game yesterday, Killpond? And let me know when you want me to test it. Like, if worst case, I can do it tonight or tomorrow morning when I do a pass of it if you want. If you want feedback, if not, that's fine. I just don't want you to wait on me for something. If you need me to do something, just tell me. I'll test it out. So here's the Pathfinder. We check. We loop through the door link. And we're saying, yeah, is it a door between zone 1 and zone 2? Because we pass in zone 1 and zone 2. It's like, is there a door? Where's the door that connects these two zones? And this code is probably going to have to get a little bit more complicated because you might not have a direct connection between the zones. You might have to jump between that. And this was what prompted me to start doing the regions because this was becoming expensive, if I recall correctly. Nice. Did you like SnowRunner? Tell me when you get back with your coffee. So in regions, we're doing rebuild specific door link as well. And this function will specifically look at doors that are broken, no proper walls around them, etc., and it will rebuild them periodically. Can I move structure to the bottom? I wonder if that would look okay at the bottom down here. Oop. That's kind of hard, but I want it now. I like it now that I can have it a little bit wider. Because having the grandpa font, like the width matters, you know. And I could go vertical, but I still don't like the way it looks. Like I like having width. I like having it to be big and long, and you know, long, wide and long. You know. I don't like having my vision restricted. I like seeing code as far as the eye can see. This used to be old Peabody's code. You could see trees, just pine trees for as far as the eye could see. Just lines of code as far as the eye could see. Anyone that's old will maybe get that reference because I kind of fucked it up a little bit, but maybe they'll see it's Back to the Future. No, we don't want you. Oh, actually, I could put structure over there. There you go. Maybe? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So then I can have the find shit open as well. And I don't want the code preview. Like, that's... Don't show me the... Oh, there, good. I was like, I don't want to preview that shit. It's weird looking. Like, cuts into my stuff. Yeah, that's better. Like, if I want to preview, I'll just click the damn thing. Okay, we're checking it there. Okay, so region, we've got it. Rebuilding the reachability zone link. Okay, so let's go back to here and fix it, I guess. Let's see where this actually gets... Oh, we were looking for where this actually gets set originally.
So just to keep everybody awake, so
Like, where does this get populated to start? There's the master class. And where you're being done and rebuild specific door link. Same for you. Where it's fixing the door. Here's where we're adding the list. That matters. Check door zones. This function will basically do what rebuild specific door link will, but it is also for one-off building new doors. Okay. Okay, okay. I see you. It's adding it to there. Where do we initially build them to start, though? Game. We gotta... That's important to know. Or maybe we don't build them on start. Okay, let's go look at the board manager, because I bet we're not doing anything with these. Or maybe we are. I don't know. Let's just see. Let's go to the code. Let's see what the code says. Setup scene. Oh, there we go. Initialize lists. Create tile map grid. We're building the regions, but I don't think we're... Well, it's easy enough to see, right? Let's start the game and see if the door zone link gets set at all. I don't think we're populating it originally, so we should probably fix that. Are we here yet? Okay. Are we there yet? It's going to be extra laggy because I'm going to watch main camera. Because main camera has a reference to... Oh, I got to remove this bogus stuff. bogus jobs and shit. We were just testing things out. So we're gonna do, this is where it should be if it gets set anywhere. Reachability zone link. So we're gonna start the game. It's gonna be extra laggy because this stuff on the side over here is a ton of data. That's basically all of the game state that we serialize out to save the game. So it's a lot of data. Like there's a lot of shit there. Okay, so the doors they're being set somewhere. Fuck if I know. Fuck if I know. Does this actually work? Now here's like, nope. Let's path him. Let's see what he says if we try to path into here. That's super unfortunate placement of the things. Like 150 by 150 really makes it good to see. Hey motherfucker, move in. Okay. Path not found. Okay, so we see here it's checking the door link. Okay, this shit too verbose. We need to tell it to go away. Blood fill. We are going to tell you to not do that so much, please. I like how you guys are ramping up your coffee and I'm working on my whiskey. Nice, Salcopa. Oh, because you're at the end of the day, you know. Good morning, or good evening, by the way. It's going pretty good. We got in a couple of emotes my daughter made got put in, which are awesome. We got the regions working, so they're working fine. Now we're working on the door zone links. So they're still working, but they're being kind of buggy. So they should allow us to have the columns be able to path into this other zone. So we're debugging that right now. What up, Dr. Java? Long time no see, sir. How are you doing? How are you feeling? How's the king game going? The Save Babby Prince. That's a good name. It should be Save Babby Prince. We just decided that. How are you doing, sir? Nice. Good for you, dude. No, I don't mean for LD purposes. I mean the one you were taking further. The one you were like, we're going to take this fucker all the way. Or did you shelf that? Dr. Java presents Save the Babby King. Huh? I'm researching it. Okay, nice. Very good. Okay, so we're gonna turn off some of this logging because it's a little goddamn verbose at the moment. Or we're gonna turn it down. Because it does not need to be... Like, we're confident it works now. We don't need it to be... No, motherfucker. I clicked on this. 656. Bro, 656. Is that 656? No, it's not 656. Come on. You're better than this. You sack of potatoes. Log level debug. Let's see. The flood fill one we also can... Oh my goodness. One of my lights was just like, oh, there's ghosts here. We're cool. Oh yeah, that one's just like, I don't want to be at 75% anymore. I want to be at 30. This is not what I told it to do. Let me just make sure it's all... Yeah, I think my house has really bad electricity. Or it's either bad electricity or ghosts. And I don't really believe in ghosts, so it's probably bad electricity. Like it'll... Or these lights are just poopy. Well, the house really does have bad electricity because we've put LEDs in the kitchen and like recessed lighting. And this house was like a flip. The old lady that owned it died and her son sold it to like a flipper company, and then they refurbished it. Now they rent it out. So by like a corporation owns it. So they didn't really do like everything to make it, you know, great. So a lot of times, like these LEDs are like 20-year LEDs, and I've gone through a ton of them. So I think that these LED panels are actually very susceptible to electricity. So we'll get those little pulses every once in a while where the lights will change, which I'm guessing is due to the house and its terrible electricity. So it's just nice. My wife is like, no, it's ghosts. I was like, girl, there's no ghosts. Come on. Don't be crazy. That's the craziest shit I've ever heard you say. And I was like, no, you said some pretty crazy shit. Never mind. So let's comment out this flood fill as well. Void, buffer to string. Yeah, we don't need... No, we don't want that. There it is. Flood fill. I don't want this console logging right now. It's not really helpful. Yeah, well these, yeah, I don't think these will be problems. But the lights, I'm pretty sure the ones that I had, well, I bought LEDs this time. I think I was buying before where they weren't, I don't know because you can't get, well, you used to not be able to get incandescent until fuckface put them back. But like fuck the world, I'm gonna ruin. I don't even wanna. I can't rant about that fucking idiot every day. But yeah, so these are fine. They change. Sometimes the color changes from like right. These two up here are set to 3100K, and those two are set to 5800K. And these are light me, and those two light the green screen. But it's weird. At least the house hasn't burned down yet. Knock on wood. You know, I don't believe in ghosts, but I do believe in Murphy's Law. Like, Murphy's Law is basically Randy Random in real life, you know? So let's run this now. We should have a little bit less debug. Making lights great again. What a fucking idiot that guy is. Fucking, ugh. For as much as those fucking cocksuckers don't walk around with masks and have disregard for other people's lives, you know, why can't COVID get the good people, you know? And you know what? How fucked up is that I would actually consider that? I'm a good person, but it's like, dude, you push me to the limit where it's like, yeah, natural selection's pretty cool. Why isn't the universe fair? Because it's not fair. Okay. We got this good. Rebuild door links. We don't really need to fucking spit that shit out. Whenever you're ready. We need to... Where's another util log so I can rewrite that? Let's see. There we go. So I don't really give a shit about this one. I mean, I want to leave the log here. I just want to set it to debug so it doesn't... If we need it, we can debug it, but if we don't need it, there's no sense putting all that shit out. And then it shouldn't be error level, it should be debug. It's not that important. It's not that important to the state of the world, my friend. Periodic checks in Map Atlas. Yeah, this too, it's like, I don't need you to tell me you're a periodic check. I know you're a periodic check because I labeled you that way. Oh. Hold on, let me read. I've totally missed chat. I'm sorry. I'm the worst. Very nice that you got the emotes. Thanks, Sokopa. I appreciate it. My daughter wrote them and she drew them and it was really, I think they translated really nice. You're doing multiplayer. LEDs are really good at dealing with fluctuations. I got some progress on my shit and actually streamed a bit of it. Watched some videos now so I'm not completely lost during stream. Oh, that's awesome, Salcopa. And refresh me, what was your hobby? What's your side project? What's it about? I know I asked, I just can't remember. I'm sorry. That's actually a good problem to have because there's enough people that I have trouble keeping track of all of their projects now. But I will get it eventually. I will get it eventually. I don't believe in ghosts per se, but some stuff is freaky. No, I would put that, you know, there in the same thing as you, Dr. Java. 2 weeks ago, my dad called me and he said a cuckoo clock that hasn't been running for at least 20 years suddenly at 3 a.m. at night hooted. You know what I don't get? These people protesting with guns and stuff. They're the same people that boast that that they have shelters. And yeah, I know it's ridiculous. They're like, we're rugged individualists, and then it's like, I can't go fishing. This sucks. It's like, dude, I thought you were a rugged individualist, you fucking sack of garbage. I'm strong because I have a gun. It's like, okay. I'm making Harry Potter game. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Is it like Harry Potter? Or is it like Harvey Petter, so that you don't get sued by, you know, the big bad? Harvey Petter and the goblet of taco juice. You know, I really Harry Potter. Harry Felcher. Like, what's felching? Don't Google felching. This is gonna be terrible. I only watched Harry Potter for the first time like a couple months ago. I'd never watched them. And then my wife was like, you would really like them. They're like, it's science and stuff. And then my kids watched them and they wanted me to watch it. And I watched like the first 3. And the first one was kind of like, oh, this is kind of not great. But the second one actually picked up. I was like, the second one's really good. So I've got to think the third one's the next one we have to watch. But yeah, it was pretty good. I can see why so many people like it. Harvey Peter. Harry Peter. Harry Peter in his cookie van. Hey, do you want to come to the cookie van, kids? I have some candy. What does this chloroform rag smell like? I'm not going to be selling or anything, so I'll call it Harry Potter and make it as much as I can until someone sends me a letter. Nice. Yeah, good for you. Good luck. So what's the premise of the game? Like, are you Harry Potter and like, what are you doing? And is it like a 2D game or a 3D game or like a platformer or what? Is it just like Mario rebranded as Harry Potter? That'd be cool. Instead of like Koopas, it's the fuck are the enemies like? I'm trying to think of like, other than what's his face, it's like the enemies are just like shitty kids and like, you know, that guy with the face in the back of the head guy. Dementors. Well, I'm only talking through the first 2 movies. Like, it was... I mean, I guess it was okay. And then, like, a dragon, that dragon thing. Okay, so let's... Walk like you and talk like you, it's true. Okay. I think we've got the logs pared down enough that we can actually try to fix this now. So we're rebuilding the specific door link anyway. So we're looping through the doors that are already existing. Move this last one down too. Oh, that should be debug. That should be notice. And then it'll be door chords. And that's the zone, right? Because yeah, A would be the zone for this, I think. And then we're saying door fixed inside of That guy. Butterfly. It's 3D in EU4, and I'm just kind of building and seeing where it goes. Right now I'm starting in the Great Hall and kind of recreating a wave-based third-person shooter. Spoiler alert. So you in the game Great Hall and the enemy's coming and you blast them with your wand. And I'll just kind of keep building stuff that seems fun. Close to a spoiler, but I don't think you find out the name of them until afterwards. Oh, you're fine. I'm not, I mean, as long as it's not like, oh, really, it was Colonel Mustard in the closet. You know, as long as it wasn't that big. Because I've only seen the first 2 or 3. So, yeah. It's no big deal. I know you didn't take any offense to it. Or I don't take any offense to it, so it's cool. Although I would say, I mean, I could probably be bummed out about stuff, but it's my own fault if I ask a question about it and then it's like, oh, the real person is, you know, Sauron. It's like, what? I guess let's give this a kick in the face. And see if the... Well, let's see what this door is first when they come in. We can keep an eye on this one specifically.
Fly, fly, butterfly, butterfly, fly, go, 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 butterfly, butterfly, fly, go, go, fly, fly, butterfly.
A nice tree, indeed. Ooh. Why the fuck is that so... Oh, what's going on here? Did I log... Oh, I logged it as an error. I was like, Jesus Christ, what's going on here? Did I? Rebuild door links. No, it's a notice level. Why the fuck is it... Is it... What? I fucked something up because it's like... It should not be having fucking... Let me grab a different util because that one was writing as error, but let's see. Yeah, this it should be doing it notice level. Was Bella Bell soft and cute like caramel? Oh, but this is saying what it's logging at. Log levels that debug yes. No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be logging crazily, but look at my Bella. Yeah, there should be no difference at all between these two fucking things. Yeah, literally no difference, so why are you logging as an error? You sack of potatoes. $72. And you can become a debug because I trust you to work, right? Sweet. That's awesome, Salcopa, man. Really cool. I want to make an action shooter in the universe that people are familiar with. You're still a wizard using magic. You just shoot magic instead of bullets. Nice. Look at this AR-15. It shoots 100 rounds of magic a minute. Muggle SWAT takes down the... Dude, there's a game like that, Fletcher. If that's what you're talking about, there's... I forget what it's called. It's like... It's made by the dude that makes... I think it was the guy that made one of the police games I liked. Where is it? Sorry for the sidetrack. It's... totally what you're saying. And if you... Is it really called Muggle SWAT? Is it Witch Hunt? Let me see. No, it's not this. It's, damn it, what's the... what is the game called? I'll find it on my list. It's a police game. It's like you go into the house. It was really cool. It's like slow is fast and fast is slow, and it was a really fun cop game. It was reminding me of old school like Rainbow Six. Sorry for the detour. If someone wants me to start coding again, just yell at me. But I want to find this game because it's Door Kickers. So it's by the guy that made Door Kickers. And Door Kickers is a great game, by the way. Okay, I'll get to coding in just a second, Dr. Java. Give me 30 seconds because I think we're here. Action Squad. No, I guess it was someone else. But yeah, there's a game that it's basically I was looking forward to it too. But there's a game where you're basically SWAT is like a mage, and I didn't watch it. I didn't get it, but it's made by someone I've got a game through. But it's really cool. Too much demon blood. But it was really cool. Like basically, yeah, there's a warlock and mages that are like SWAT, and it's really cool. Is it called Muggle SWAT? Let me see. Because maybe it was really, maybe Fletcher was just like on point, and I was too dumb to notice it. Muggle SWAT. No Muggle SWAT. Damn it. The Nightmare Mirror. Tactical Breach Wizards. That's it. Yes, this game. Yes, it's fucking awesome. Why do I know this game? Who? Oh, because he made Heat. That's why he made Heat Signature and Gun, the gun game, Gunpoint. Yeah, this guy's fucking awesome. And Heat Signature is really cool if you've never played it. Gunpoint is awesome. But like his last one I played was Heat Signature. And this one's like, okay, this looks fucking awesome. Which is like Muggle Squad. That's what made me think of when you said Muggle, SWAT Muggle. Sorry, it totally, that's the ADHD brain thing. Okay, so what door is this? This door is 154, 149. Feel good. Let's make a note of that. I'll be your nightmare mirror. Let's make a note of it up here. 154, 154 by 149. That's the one we want to keep an eye on. Yep, did not mean that. Okay, my bad. My bad, chat. Okay, 154 by 149. It's right here. It's rebuilding the link. And then if we go 154 to 149, it goes from 1 to 7. Okay, so let's see what we do when we try to go in here. Okay, let's look at the logs now. It says trying to walk here. Walkable override. It's doing the door check to see if we can move there. And it finally found the link. Gibbity boy. Okay, so it found the link, but then it says path not found. So let's walk through this code and see what the fuck. You can't see the thing I wrote because it's underneath the stuff, but it's there. Here, I'll put it somewhere you guys can see it. You know. $154 by $149. Nightmare mirror. Okay. Check door for zones. It found a door. Door link found. Oh, what the fuck was I doing? Was I actually just turning the collider off for the door? Oh my god. Why would I do that? So I was turning the collider off for the door so the Pathfinder would path? Well, that's a little bit easy. Morning, Philip. We're gonna get to the song that I said made me think of you. The something something Technicolor song. Farvissen or something. But it's in this list, I think. Yeah, it's a really cool game. Tactical Breach Wizards. But yeah, I think it's quite fun to throw a SWAT form of tactical team against non-human threats. For example, I'd love a tactical team shooter in the world of SCP. What's SCP? I'm not... Or where you're clearing a building of monsters with different abilities. Yeah, I really like door kickers. Like, that's what tactical breach widders made me think of door kickers as like muggles. Well, non-muggles. It's like mages on muggles. Mages versus muggles, the game. And good morning, Philip. How are you doing, sir? Oh, that was a super duper ghetto way that I was doing that. Really? Wow. That's... Okay, so we're gonna need to refactor this. We're gonna need to refactor the Pathfinder bit, because this ghetto link won't work properly. Because this was using the old tile system that was, you'd set colliders cell by cell. And you could do that with the Unity one, but composite colliders is way more efficient. So we need to... What we need to do... let's sketch it out. Is it bigger yet? I want bigger font. Nah. Nah. Okay. I want to make the font bigger. Okay, so we've got a global map here. Look at these beautiful graphics. This is Zone 0. We've got a fucking door here. This is Zone 1. So what was happening in the old system, which was gross, sorry, you'd path, and it would see a door link, and it would just turn the collider off on this hex, and then the pathfinding would work, which is really fucking gross. But what we need to do now is we need to, and if there's a better way to do it, I'm just, you know, we're just spitballing right now. But what we need to do is we need to say, from this point, like now that we see there's a door here, we need to tell the Pathfinder that this is... So a path right now, let's look at what a path is now. A path is an array of waypoints. Waypoint array. The waypoint array. And it goes from start to finish with A-star pathfinding. Start to fish. Start to fish. Finish. Yeah. There. Finish. See? Start to finish. So what it needs to do now is with this piece here, we need to know, I don't know, maybe there's, if I'm overthinking it, tell me. So the ways I can think about it are somehow, like option 1, we somehow change the destination to the door. Dest becomes the door. The destination becomes the door, and then we add like a follow-up, but we don't add a follow-up path to check. We don't have any way to handle that right now, so that would be some code to write. Or we could do... Or we could say... Oh, let me see what you said. Well, give my subconscious a couple minutes to think. SCP is the name of the organization responsible for containing them. Each of them has a designation such as SPC-189. But is that like a... Oh, Secure, Contain, Protect is a fictional world created by the internet with thousands of other worldly creatures. Created by the internet. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't really care. I'll still say muggles anyway. I mean, I obviously wouldn't put it in a game. Oh, that's what you mean, don't put it in the game. Duh. So, SCP is the term for the organization. SCP-189 is made of concrete and moves what you blink. Oh, it's a weeping witch? Fuck that noise. Oh. Or weeping angel, I mean. Oh, weeping witch. Fuck that noise. Oh. Dude, that was the scariest shit in Doctor Who. Oh. The weeping angels, they give me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, that's one thing I've never actually looked up. What came first? I think it was SCP-189. Oh my goodness. Packet loss again. Make sure. Sorry. More packet loss. More packet loss. Let me just verify it's kosher. I'll be right back in just a second once I make sure it's good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm fucking... Yes, I know. I know, we've got the packet loss. Let me see. Let me set a maintenance. Let me check, because I think they have a maintenance, so let me make sure. Let me check that real quick. I'll be right back in a second. Maintenance. Where are you? Host. Okay. And we're back. Okay, so back to the original question. So the two ways I can think of when you hold the pen properly, it'll work. The two ways I can think of doing this are setting a destination to the door and then adding a follow-up path. Add path follow-up. Or yeah, what is another way we could do this? Because this is going to require a lot of new code. I don't know if it's a lot of code, but it'll be new code. I mean, anything's going to be new code. But this will require us to tweak the Pathfinder. But it's nice that we at least have the linkage set here so we can work through that and see what we want to do. So what are the other ways we can do to handle this problem? So at a high level, it sounds like, you know, the path is supposed to come That's why it's being weird. My Wacom tablet is set wrong. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna set a maintenance because this is ridiculous. Yeah, more panels. Let me set this in a maintenance real quick. Because it's not going down. And I put in a ticket already, so I'm gonna maintenance this up. So Sam can get some sleep. My shit. Sorry for the interruptions. Let me schedule this maintenance right now for... What does this come through as? It came through as X website. I call him a douchebag. Who's that? Boop. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay, so... And I need to fix my tablet now because it's all of a sudden like, no, we don't... I'm a little tired. It's like, no, this pen should be stuck to this right monitor. But I bought monitor mounts yesterday to kind of change the setup so I could get the mic right here. And it's, yeah, it's messed with my settings a bit, for sure. Pen settings, yes, please. There we go. So Photoshop, it links to mapping, right? So Photoshop is still set to go to... Oh, did my monitors get switched? Maybe that's what happened. Sorry, semi-pro streamer. Semi-professional streamer, not really professional streamer. No, this is the #1 display. Yeah. The tablet just got fucked up, I guess. All others linked to monitor 2. Okay, there. So now let's see. That should be a little bit better. Okay, now I can't go by. Perfect. Okay. I was like, why is the writing all screwed up? Okay. Go away. Thank you. Okay, good. Now we're better here. And then I want to do... Boop. So we can come in here and we can... We're going to path from like here. And we're going to say whoop. And you want to go in here. And then we see the linkage here. We do a check here because we know that it doesn't path. So how do we... So what we did do is we set the collider. What we might be able to do is, which I don't necessarily want to do is, but we can do this as like a just get it done for now. We could, when we see a door, we could set the override for the walk, which would allow the walk to happen. And that's what we do when we do draft. But I don't know if that'll get it to path through a door. So this would be the easiest thing we could do is just set the override when we see a door. But this one's probably the more correct solution long term of you try to path from here to here, you see a door, so then it changes your desk becomes the door. Yeah, well, it could do desk set to door, or maybe there's an option 3. Maybe option 3 is... Maybe option 3 becomes... The destination stays the same. Desk stays the same. That's really hard to see. I don't like that. Boop. Okay, we're gonna do this. So desk stays the same. And then how do we... The destination stays the same. But do we... The Pathfinder's already going to see the door. Is there a way we can force the Pathfinder to say you can walk through a door? And the door... See, the door's a specific object type, so... Can we force the Pathfinder to walk through a door? We probably can. I mean, we can. But force the Pathfinder to path through a door object type. Object type of door. And then it would say, okay, I gotta start here, I gotta go here. I'm gonna start the path. I see there's a door. Here's the right path. I see there's a door. And then we're gonna see this. We're gonna see this as a pathable hex. And that'll let us force it there. So let's give that a try. Let's take a screenshot of this for the record books. Nope. Nope. Boop. And the program we're using here is called Epic Pen, if anyone wants to know. So let's go add this to... Let's go add this to our trouble ticket, our issue on GitHub. Where did I put it? Right here. I was doing some studying for the new roleplay server I'm going to join for all the 10 codes and stuff. Make Regions Great Again. Which I'll keep this as part of Make Regions Great Again. We'll rename this Make Regions Great Again. Or Make Regions Work Again. And fix door links. We're going to take a stab at having the Pathfinder be able to route through a door. Okay, so what it does is it checks the door. So if we go back to the game, we come in here to check door. And let's turn that back on, clear that out. And then, so it finds the door link, but then back out here it says paths unavailable. And that's because of the door. So let's move this guy over here. And then let's go here to check door link. So it finds the door link and it returns true for that. So where do we call that here? It does it right here, multi-walk zone. So if multi-walk zone, which this is, in this case, it is a multi-walk zone. And then what do we do? If the target node is walkable and multi-walk zone, or walk override is true. So why do I say walkable and multi-walk zone? That doesn't make sense. Oh, in this, oh, if it's a, oh, so it's saying, this case, it's going to be true. So it's just saying, if it's a multiple zone and there is no door, you cannot walk. So all this is doing is saying, if it's a multi-zone, there has to be a door connecting them. And then we need to do some sort of check for if there's a door, right? Like, because we link, we know the position of, if this comes back true, okay. Oh, and I need to break this out then. So we'll say if we find a door, then we need to store that position. Like if we store that position, it's almost like we need to inject a new waypoint into the system. Like if we can somehow artificially inject a waypoint and say, you know, you're gonna walk from, and then here's the little house, boop, 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 and there's the door. So you're gonna walk from here to here. Well, normally the Pathfinder would say, oh, yeah, it's not finding the path because this isn't checking pathing. This is just checking for doors. Okay, so we'll need to say force. Somehow we have to force this hex vector 2 as the middle point between this zone and this zone. So let's think about how we're going to do that. And let's look at the code, and that hopefully will tell us, the code will show us the way through the darkness. You just have to read it, you fucking idiot. Okay. How are you guys liking the Electro Swing? Because normally I do Russian hard bass, and that's more of a niche thing. It makes epic, it makes, or not epic, it makes Kill Pond a little bit of a sad panda, so. I love Electro Swing, so. Do you like it, Philip? Because I know you're a particular guy, and if you get a little bit too mad, you get on your tank and you start riding to Poland, and nobody wants that. Okay. Start the walkable path. But we need a way to store this position. We've got to put this in a variable. If we have a door, we need to store a position in a var. So we need to make another zone called check for door zone. Because this returns just like, yeah, there's a door zone. It's like, what's the fucking position, asshole? So we'll need to make... I'd hate to have another function that does the same shit. Let's just make a different one. That'll return a vector 2. Swinging cat. Nice. You're a good man, Philip. I knew there was something okay about you. Wasn't sure what it was until now. By the way, how's all your... Did you get your paperwork done so that you can get your government funding for your consultancy? I know I ask every day. I apologize. I'm a pain in the ass. But I care. So we're going to call this get door hex. Get door hex. Same signature. Pass in zone 1 and a zone 2. Check 2 zones and return the door that binds them. Like Isaac. I really should play that game one day. You know, I really should play Binding of Isaac. Now it gets more and more from day to day. Well, just think of it this way. This is a one-time... This is a one... If it was easy, everybody would do this. It's going to take a little paperwork, but when you're done the paperwork, you're done, and then you're good to go. I mean, even here in the States, like to set up when I set up my companies, there's paperwork you have to do, but once it's done, hey, you're registered as a business and you can do things as a business. So it's good times. That business has since closed, but At the time, it was the bee's knees. If bees had knees, they were sure those bees. I'm overthinking it and thinking how to make this just do not repeat, but then I'm like, fuck it. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good enough. But I will make a to-do, you know. To-do. Find a way to dry this and check zones or doors. Those can be things if we're like ever, when this finally gets to the point where we're like, hey, we're making great progress, we can go through like have like, okay, let's have a bug day and look at the to-do list and just see what fucking little things we need to knock out because we were lazy and in a rush. Because we were, hey, if you're running to the bathroom, you're Russian. If you're going to the bathroom, European. And if you have Cheeto fingers, you're an American. So this will return the door cords. This is what we're going to return. We're going to return the door cords. And then with no doorway. And this will just say no door. No door, boss. Eve pave. Eve pave. Eve pave. I learned Eve pave from My Summer Car, the Finnish simulator. It's pretty much like a Finnish life simulator. Cigarettes, saunas, no sex, so there's no 3 S's. And cigarettes is a C, but you know. That sounds like an S. Cigarettes, saunas, and sun. Cigarettes, sauna, sunshine. Hey, thank you for the follow, Monokuma84. Welcome to the Biscuit Brigade, as said by my 6-year-old daughter. Who doesn't like cigarettes, sex, and saunas? Well, saunas, cigarettes, and sun. I mean, come on. Get it right, Mr. Biscuit. Sack of poop. Okay. And we want a son of a bitch. There you go. You son of a bitch. That's my Lily Aldridge, you know, impersonation. Debug. So we need to return, in this case, can I return null? It's going to be like, no, null's not a vector 2, fucker. So I'll return a new vector 2 that's just -1, -1. It is no good. No bueno, sir. So here, if check for zones, or meh. Instead of var here, doors. Zone door. Multi-zone equals zone door. Actually, this needs to be set to whatever zone door is. But this one here can be this one here. This one here's name is Ruby Sue. She doesn't talk very much. She got kicked in the head by a mule and she hasn't talked for a long time. But it's good. It's sure nice to see you, Clark. If zone door is true, then we need to run the more detailed, well, not the more detailed check, but we need to run the get door hex check for the same start reachability zone and target reachability zone. And then this will become door hex. Killer of worlds. I really fucking hate that some are using underscores and some aren't. Ugh, gross. So get door hex. Cigarette, sauna, sunshine. Yes, cigarette, sauna, sunshine counts more like a California. You know, there's not a lot of saunas in California. I mean, you can go to saunas in California, but it's not like a cultural thing like Finland where like everyone has fucking saunas in their house and shit. I actually used saunas when I lived in Maryland more than I ever did anywhere else. And they were awesome, by the way. Dude, what a way to get all the shit out of your pores for sure. Oh gosh, oh gosh. I missed a whole bunch of Philipping. I guess most people just start, but this forces me to plan more, and it gets me a plan of what to do. Dude, planning? There's nothing wrong with planning. Planning is awesome. What are you unhappy about, Fletcher? What happened? Prepare for the pun wars. That was very punic, you think? Oh, it's like the Punic pun wars. You got history nerd here. Your mom's so old, she fought in the Punic wars. Okay. Let's see. So we got the door zone, the door hex now, and we need to do. And you know, I'm gonna stream an extra hour today. I'm gonna stream till 7. Maybe I'll stream. I don't know. Maybe I'll just go crazy and because it's gonna be a long day because we're gonna be launching Massachusetts nationally today probably for our website. So I need to. I'll probably end up working late. So I'll stream more today. It's Friday. Let's stream longer. It's gonna be awesome. The only downside of streaming longer is that I miss more of Dean, but I can always watch the VODs. So if door hex is not 1-1, so we need to have a check in here. If door hex, yeah, we don't get, you know, it might be Cinco de Mayo is like the 4th, I think. Like, and Cinco de Mayo was big in LA for sure. Like, but it was like just an excuse to get drunk, you know? And that's not really, day drunk isn't really my thing. Unless I'm on vacation, then I'll get day drunk, but day faded. Okay, so we're doing the debug here. So we need to add a check here to say target node has to be walkable. If multi-zone has to be true, because if it's false, my hands are out of the scene now. God damn it. Multi-phone. Hey, thank you for follow, Chair AM. Welcome to the Bisque Brigade. Sync means something like 5. Yeah, we don't get as many. We get like maybe 10. Like, there's a lot of fucking federal holidays. There's a lot of bank holidays and shit, but most places don't work bankers' hours except for banks. Like real jobs, it's like, oh, you get Martin Luther King Day off? Fuck no. Do you get Cinco de Mayo off? Fuck no. Like, when I lived in Mass, there's a Patriots Day that you get off around April, sometime around here, and it's like a holiday for the state, so it's like people are closed, which was really cool. Day drunk. The secret is just remain day. Well, if you're drunk all the time, that means you're an alcoholic, and that means you need to get some help, sir. Where's my? I should move over this way. No, but I've got to sit over here more because I moved the screen facing this way, so I don't want my neck to be all like fucking weeble wobbly. So I moved over a little bit. Here in Germany, you have 20 days off from, dude. That's 4 weeks off vacation would be awesome. But America's like, a good job will give you like 10 holiday days a year, and then they'll give you 10 days of vacation a year for the first year. That's a good setup. And a lot of places will now offer like unlimited PTO. But there's some scummy places that'll give you unlimited time off, but they won't really let you take it. And the business has a benefit to doing a limited time off, because if you actually give people time off as a perk to their employment, the company has to retain that money in the bank, because say for instance they need to fire everyone, they have to pay out all of that money, so they have to keep that in the bank. So by going to unlimited PTO, a scummy company could in essence not have to carry that money on their books, and they can just deny you the PTO, which just means you're not going to get the best employees, because people are going to start seeing through that, you never get to fucking take time off. Like a place I used to work, they were like, yeah, between Thanksgiving and New Year's, you couldn't take time off because they were retail, and you had to be all hands on deck. It was very like stupid, super duper stupid. No, I'm just an alcoholic when I do it alone. No, you're an alcoholic if you are constantly drunk every single day, whether you're with people or not, then you're an alcoholic. And that's, it's first steps admitting there's a problem. Like my family's Irish, so we have a lot of alcoholism in our family. So it's certainly something I'm not going to like pull the punch around. And saying you can handle it doesn't change the fact that you're an alcoholic, And that's not one beer a day. That's like getting drunk every day, like if you get inebriated every day, then that you have a problem, and that happens. We all have problems. I have problems with stuff all the time. So don't take it as some bad mark. We all have our own crosses to bear and our things to work through. So here, walkable is true, multi-zone is true, or walkable override is true. And this is if you're drafted. So here we need to, it's going to come in here, right? Where does it give the pathable false error? It gives the path false here because it's trying to path. And it's not going to find the path, is it? It's showing path not walkable here, right? That's what the errors. No, it's saying path not found, which is different. Okay. So that was happening in 185. That's happening here. So okay, so it's getting into 185. What? 185 of what? 184 of pathfinding. Pathfinding's right here. 184. I've added code, right? Path not found. So it's probably different. Where's path not found now? Path found. Where the fuck is path not found? Path not found. Okay, it's right here. Jesus Christ. It's way down. We put in a lot of code. It went from 184 to 218. So it's actually generating. So its path success comes from where? Oh, path success is coming from here probably. Yeah, because if it's actually getting, so it's getting in here and it's trying to walk through it. So we could actually potentially inject the waypoint in here for the door and find a way to override it that way and just kind of force it to do that. I have a petty trouble history at work. When I was with my last girlfriend, there was, especially in the last 2 years, there was less undrunk weekends than drunken weekends. I think it has something to do with my ex since I drink much less since we split up. Yeah. No, I mean, I dated a girl that was an alcoholic, and I found myself drinking with her a lot more. And then eventually I was like, you know, I don't want to... And she was escalating her drinking because she had to drink more to get the same level of, like, drunk. And I'm like, I don't want to do this. I was like, I don't want to go down that path. Like, it's a slippery slope. You know, before you know it, like, you have a problem. And, you know, we split up for other stuff, but that was one thing that, and she still to this day doesn't think she's an alcoholic. And I'm like, you were totally an alcoholic. I wasn't. I was like, okay, like, but people get defensive about that. They think you're calling into question their, like, character as a human or their worth or value. And I was like, no, I love you. You're awesome. I would marry you, but I can't marry you and watch you turn into my mom and watch you die or kill yourself from excessive drinking, you know? So I just couldn't. It was hard, super duper hard to tell someone that, you know, you want to help. The natural instinct is to help. But yeah, I didn't want to go down that path myself. So we go through here. We're going to be in this loop now. So it's going to start walking through. And then it's going to get... It's not going to find a cell. It's going to keep trying to pathfind here. I've lived a long life. These stories are back from when I was like, that was in my 20s still. Yeah, I was still in my 20s at that time. My 30s, I met my wife when I was 2006. Let's do some quick math. About this time in 2006, so 14 years ago, and I was 29 because I was 29 when I found her. So I had my 30th birthday at her aunt's house in North Carolina. So my whole 30s I've been with her, and my 40s I've been with her. And she is the most normal, like, this is meant to be totally, she's the most, like, I'm gonna be a little unclassy for a second. You know, all the people before my wife, I learned, what I used to say with my ex-wife was, the saying was, crazy in the head, crazy in bed, which is totally true. And then after my ex-wife and being stabbed and all the shit that had to go along with her, it was, you know, crazy in the head, crazy in the fucking head. Like, don't put your dick in crazy, or don't fuck a dude with crazy. You know, like, it goes both ways. You know, don't fuck crazy. Because it's fun, but then you can wind up with your tires slashed or stabbed in the chest, or punched in the face, or just a whole bunch of fun things that happen, which is highlights, you know, how mental illness is super important. Like, she wouldn't. I tried for a long time to get her to carry her burden of like getting help for her mental illness, and she just wouldn't. So, you know, I'm sad to say she'd always threaten to kill herself, and after probably the 1,000th time at the very end, and I'm not proud of this, I said, you know, I was like, okay, do it, go for it, do what you gotta do. I'm not gonna stop you this time, because it would always be me stopping her, and I was like, I was just done. I was done with it. It wears you down. So then she got Baker acted and put in a institution for 3 days. Well, they normally in Florida, you go in for 3 days, and then they evaluate with your family if you think they should come out. And you know, me and her daughters, me and my daughter Kristen and her daughter Megan, she was, you know, I asked, like, should she come out? And they were like, no, she should stay in. So I said, leave her in for a week. And that really, she left me after that. She didn't like that very much. She's like, I'm stuck in here with people rubbing shit in their hair. I'm like, dude, you have a problem. You need to get some help. Yeah, she didn't like that. She left after that. So that was good times. Back to coding, because that was a very sad story. And I'll save the drama for your mama. But there you are, still a healthy adult. I'm pretty lucky for you, about to say. But I'm afraid I don't get along with uncrazies too good. My last girlfriend never had problems in her life. She wasn't able to understand a big part of me. That was really sad. Yeah. Well, the thing is, you'll meet, like, eventually you'll meet the person, the person that's, like, clicks with you, and, you know, you'll find it. Like, I don't know. I seem to think you find it when you're not looking for it. So let's go back to writing code and not my sad life stories of being prematurely old. But let's see. And by any means, I'm not perfect, so I can be a total asshole sometimes. I try hard not to, but I can totally be an asshole. So how is this? It's looping through the open count. So this is stepping through everything. What was the hex we were looking for? 159. We wrote it down here. 154, 149. So we're gonna put code in here. If something is 154, 154. If 154, 149, then we're gonna put a break here, because we can't debug this whole process. It'll take too long. It'll bog the processor down. But we know 154, 149 is a door hex. So from there we can step through. So if the current hex is 154, if current node, and current node is just a vector 2, right? Or it's a node. Okay, if current x equals 154 and current node dot grid y equals 149, then we know that this hex is a door. So from here we should break, and then we can kind of see what options we have. And that's kind of how I think sometimes. Like, I know we can do something, but until I see the variables and data in front of me, I don't know what we can do necessarily to say we're good. So that's why I want to put that debugging in, because we want to let it know somehow this is an overridable hex. So we'll put a debug log here just to be able to break here. Door hex, break yourself, fool. Break yourself, fool. Okay, good. Boop, boopity boop. Cool. Let's make sure we're still running the debugger. Are we? No, we're not. Where are we? I don't think we are. Yeah, we're not connected to the debugger. Mama jokes don't work with me. I hate that B word. Nobody is, but as long as we work on it and try our best, everything's good. Yeah, that's true. I always like to say, as long as my good outweighs my bad. Overall. I was very premature. I had an adopted teenage daughter when I was 21. Nice. We are using Ryder. Good morning, Nico the Pro 7. Hello. So we're using Ryder. I'm using Unity is the game engine we're using, but the program we're using for the IDE is Ryder. Ryder does have, I like Ryder except for the part where it doesn't really debug well with Unity. It'll lock up the Unity editor, which is kind of a problem. So if we do get a lockup here, then we're going to end up having to do Visual Studio. And good morning. How goes it, Nico? Would you like to go bowling? Cousin? Cousin, would you like to go bowling? Hey, cousin, let's go bowling. Good old Nico. Okay. Lock. Boop. Clear the log. So we're going to now route. We're going to tell him to go in here, and it should go to the debugger. Or fucking not. Boss? $154 or $149? Yeah, I have it right. $149. Okay, well, fuck it. We'll just start at the top of the pathfinding funnel here. We can figure this out. We got this. Clear the log again. Let's go in here. Boop. Okay, now we're in the debugger. Perfect. Never played it much. Don't know. Couldn't really get into it. You couldn't get into the GTA film? It's okay. Nobody's perfect. You just didn't like him because he's Eastern European and you're a fucking racist, you know? You think he's subhuman. I see how it is. You fucking Germans, man. You fucking Germans. Well, no, Balar's good. Balar's a good German. You're like one of the bad Germans, you know? And I'm just kidding. Philip's awesome. And so is Balar. Okay, let's step through the set and let's see what we got. Lay this out a little bit better. Okay. Close structure for now. There, it's better. Let's step through here. Open set is Open Sesame. Is this the local ones? Open set. Okay, so open set's null for now. And we're adding the start node, which is fine. Open set has. Can I see the Unity log in here? I think I can, right? Right there. Okay, but it didn't look like it actually updated in here, but that's fine. Let's go back to the debugger. Boop. Current hex. Where's current node? Current node should be right here, right there. Oh, go fuck yourself. I didn't mean that. No, I meant local. Oh, here it is. Okay. Current node is equal to 151 by 50. Okay. I'm an Italian. You like the meatballs?
Let's face it. Let's face it. Let's face it. Let's face it. Let's come to terms.
And this stuff here is kind of like a circuit breaker, because we had issues before where pathfinding would sometimes get in a loop and never end. So we're like, you can try 10,000 times, and then after that, you're probably not going to find a fucking path. So we're going to step off. Hey, I like Italians. I'm Irish, so I am of Irish heritage, mostly, but I'm American. But I get along with, you know, Italians and Filipino, and I get along with everyone most of the time. I don't really get along with stupid people well, but That's just part of my charm. Did we fall out of that while loop already? Where was that while loop break? Oh, the while loop breaks on there. Okay, so we're still in it. Good, good. Still in the shit. And then target node. This should only be run if the path is not walkable. And we get really close. So it's going to check all the neighbors. And this isn't in Pathfinder, is it? No, it isn't Pathfinder. Okay. It's going to add the neighbors to the set. Oh, maybe there's something else we have to check with the neighbor. If the neighbor equals here. If it's walkable or if it's a door. Could we just do that to start? Instead of worrying about locking right now, could we just say if it's a door, it's walkable? Like neighbor.walkable. We could do that. We could do that. If we set doors as walkables, we can ignore the collider, I think. I think we're like, ow. I don't know. I have to do the genealogy again, but like my grandparent, my mom's parents had very strong accents. Apparently, my mom's family has very strong Irish accents. So yeah, I've never done the genealogy of our family tree, but yeah, my mom still has a very Irish sound to her. But she would always say we're mostly Irish, Dutch, Welsh, German, Polish. But she would always make the point of like, we have no fucking British in us. Fuck the British people and fuck the potato famine. She had trouble letting things go, you know? So I have a much less Irish accent than my mom does. She is, besides the dementia, yeah, she's super cool. She was a good mom. I don't want to talk about it because you know what happened last time, so I'm gonna just tiptoe around that fucking conversation. And nice to meet you, Nico the Italian. We'll tell you a joke because you're awesome.
What do you call a pirate with a blue top hat?
I don't know, what?
I don't know either. The education system has failed me.
Where do we set walkable? Because maybe we can just say we're gonna put a debug block in here for when neighborhood equals the grid we care about. So we're gonna continue this for now, so it passes out and says, oh, there's no path here. And then we're gonna put in the code check a breakdown here, so when we get to a neighbor that has it, we can be a little bit closer to the thing we actually care about. And then we can see, because I'm thinking if we can set the neighbor.walkable, like if we can set a door hex as walkable, I think we'll be able to work around this for now and then eventually come back to it later. To make it like actually the door opens, like there's things, but it's like for all intents and purposes, consider a door a walkable route. Which we can do, this would need to become neighbor. Hey, thank you for the follow, Velger. Welcome to the Biscuit Brigade. I'm glad you like my jokes. Well, my daughter's jokes. She is a hoot. Give a hoot. Don't pollute. So let's see, this should work a little bit better. We don't need the debug up there anymore. I think we took it off. Okay, good. So when we get to a neighbor that's this, we can figure out, we can look at the class and then see And while we're here, like while we're going down this path, let's see on the tile build how we set a walkable tile, because we could potentially just add an exception for like doors right when they're created, and then should just work. It should just be like, oh, this is a walkable path because it's a door. Like, we're cool. We cool. New move, core, map job atlas, walkable. Any walkable neighbors? Pass in Vector 2, check all the neighbors in a block to see if they're walkable. And what determines walkable? We're checking the collider if something's walkable. And walkable is based on the collider. So they will have a collider. They've, Velger asks, how long have you been programming? I think I started basic when I had a Commodore. No, I started doing basic stuff when I had a Commodore 64, and I watched my mom do programming when we had the Tandy. I think the Tandy 1000. She was writing like basic scripts like worm games and stuff. She was super smart, so probably then, since that's been a long time. And then like the first real like programming I did was when I got into this mush back in like the 90s sometime. It was a Star Trek mush, and they used this space system called A-Space, and A-Space only worked on 4 axes: forward, back, port, and fore, aft, port, and starboard. So I was like, man, that sucks, because I'd used another space system that had all 3D space. So I added ventral and dorsal. So I edited the code, and it was all C-based. So I edited it to add ventral and dorsal arcs as well, and then 3D maps, and from there it was just downhill. Why? How long have you been programming? What do you do? What do you like? Are you a programmer by trade? Do you just like programming? Like, do you like games? What's your story, sir or madam? Or Apache helicopter, if that's what you like. So how do we work? So there's a couple, I'm thinking in my head, there's a couple paths we can do. Like there's the paths I can see in my head are, no, go fuck yourself. I want Epic Pen. Thank you very much. Okay, there it is. So there's a couple paths I can see in my head, which let's go to yellow because yellow is way better. Okay. So there's one, we can remove the colliders. Remove colliders for doors. That means we need to change their tile layer. We need to change their tile layer, which isn't trivial. I mean, it might be trivial, but it seems like it adds complexity. We need to change their tile layer to do that. And that, I don't really like that idea of that. We could inject like we were going down the path of we can inject some code, or we can rechange the code for the Pathfinder to just have a type check. Oh my goodness, what's going on with you? You turkey? Boop. We can change the code for the Pathfinder to have a hard-coded exception for doors, of object-type doors. Coded door exception. I want to make this font a little bigger. It's a little teeny tiny for me at the moment. So we can change the code for the path to have a hard-coded door exception. Is there another way we can handle this? Yeah, but those are the two off the top of my head. I'm very new to it. I'm 21 years old in college studying web development. I have very limited knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Are you in the States? Are you in Europe? Yeah, web development is what I got into when I got my first job, I guess. And then I kind of moved on from there. But JavaScript's good. Like if you like JavaScript, you could be like, you could do Node and I'm in Florida, so you could do like a Node tracked. And if you wanted to be like, do you like more front end stuff? Like you want to be like a React front end developer, or do you want to be like a back end developer that's more server side? Like you make all the things go and you don't do the front end pieces. Oh, nice. We're in Arizona. I used to live in LA, and then GoDaddy bought us, so we were in Scottsdale and Gilbert a lot. And Phoenix, you know, Phoenix, Gilbert, Scottsdale area. And my brother-in-laws at the time lived in Tucson, so we went there all the time. And then what's 3? Is there a 3? Do we have a third option? Cool. Yeah, so you're actually local. You could probably find a job with GoDaddy if you wanted after you're done. There are a lot of good people there. So I don't want to do number 1. It seems like too much of a pain in the ass. Seems like this is the right path we're going down. I can't think of an option 3. What's intimidating? So yeah, it's cool, and it's cool because some people like the front end stuff and some people like me like the back end stuff. I mean, I've done both, but I can see why, you know, certain people gravitate to certain things. And I'm keeping all these notes for when we come back here in the future. We can remember what we did and get into it. I feel like no matter how much I learn in Saudi, I won't be good enough to land a job. So landing a job is mostly like the intangibles, like be early to the interview, be punctual. When you talk to the recruiter, make sure you send them like a thank you note after. Like all the shit that people say, it sounds corny. That actually works because you need to be able to stand out from other people, and doing those little things like being polite, being on time, appreciating the time of the other people that are helping in the process and not treating them like shit, that goes a really long way. Be punctual is a big one for me. Like if someone was late to the interview, they were already like dinged points when I was interviewing them, because it's unprofessional. Like we're setting aside time and like we have to be punctual. Like today when I was going to be late to the stream, I tweeted like, hey, I'm going to be late to the stream because I don't like to be late, and like if I'm going to be late, I'm going to let people know. Because I'm not late. Like, that's just not how I am. And it's okay to be intimidated. The more you learn, the more you'll see, like, not everyone knows everything, but the biggest qualities are you need to be able to learn quickly. So if you can learn something, and you can show to the business that you can learn new things in, like, a reasonable amount of time, that's way better than someone that knows everything, excuse me. Like, because nobody knows everything. But if you can learn things, if you can learn anything, or at least take a shot at anything and be open to things. If people say like, oh, can you work on this PHP page and do whatever? Like if you're willing to jump in, even though you're like, that's not my core competency, but I'll totally do it. Like be open to trying things that you wouldn't normally do. Cause then you're going to be the go-to, there'll be someone that's like a go-to person. It's like all of IT is like handling challenges, like being willing to learn new things, try different things, jump into other things, even if you're uncomfortable. Just those are some keys to being a good like engineer. You know, an IT engineer, not like a degree engineer, but like a computer engineer like us. So hopefully that's a little helpful. If not, if you have questions, ask. It's not all cookie cutter, but I mean it's okay to be nervous, but you'll do fine. Attitude matters, punctuality matters. Like the intangibles are really what's gonna help you in the long run. Oh, awesome! Feel free to link it up if you want. I know the market for entry web developers is highly saturated. Yeah, so it's highly saturated. You just have to learn. You just have to, like I said, you got to find a way to be different. And you know, don't be an asshole is a good takeaway. Be a good person. Be punctual. Be considerate of other people's time. Be considerate of other people and be respectful to them. Just find a way to stand out. You'll be fine. There's plenty of work to do. And if the front end thing doesn't work out for you, you can always, you know, do back end stuff. But it sounds like you're more of you like the visual aspect of it. So there's places that, you know, cater to that. So don't be discouraged. Like there's plenty of work to do. Like there's plenty of work to do. Like we had trouble finding a front end person here in Florida. So, you know, just There's the link. Finalproject.com. Meow. Samurai 77. Oh, Cyberpunk themed. Cyberpunk was developed by CD Projekt Red and based on the tabletop RPG Cyberpunk 2020, created by Mike Pondsmith. It's a sci-fi first-person shooter set in the dark, futuristic metropolis of Night City. Not bad for a first thing. Your server load's a little slow, but I don't know if that's because the server's potato or because this is like a 7 gig picture or something. Good morning, Isaac. Your name is Isaac now. Good morning, Isaac. Soft skills are very important during the interviews. Then it doesn't matter if you're not as smart as the guy before you. They'll give you a chance to. Yeah, the intangibles matter. Not being a dickhead matters. Be a nice person. Be respectful of time. And learn. Like, it is important to learn. You're going to have a lot to learn. And you have to be able to learn. So you have to be able to pick up new things. It doesn't have to be quick, but you have to you have to show progression of the business because they're investing in you to learn. So they're paying you to learn something. So you have to learn. But the thing is, when you learn, everything you learn helps you for when you go to your next job too. So then that's how that starts stacking. You'll go work at a place for a couple years. You'll learn a ton. Like, be a sponge, talk to everyone else in other groups, stay late, learn as much as you can, because that knowledge is going to increase the salary you can demand or that you can expect to get for your skill set. Like, in a couple of years, you should be able to double your salary from like junior to mid-level. And then another couple of years after that, you can move more towards the senior rank. It's just, yeah, you can do it. Aren't there also books about Cyberpunk World? I think there are books, Philip, but I should read them. And thanks for coming out of the lurking mode to say hi. I appreciate it. I'm a Czech. I guess another issue I run into is applying what I learned to personal projects. I struggle to think of anything that'd be useful or interesting. So the way I do it when I'm learning Valegri. Fuck, I can't. Valegra. You're like Viagra, but Valegra. There. You're Valegra now. What I do is when I'm trying to learn something, I can't learn by doing a tutorial I see online. I need it to be something applicable to me. So, like, since it sounds like you like Cyberpunk, you made something applicable to you, which is awesome. Like, that's a good step for how I learn. So when I was learning something, I made a task manager when I was learning Cold Fusion because I learn better doing that. So that's how I learned Cold Fusion, by making a Task Monkey application to track my time on projects and do billable hours and stuff like that. So if you think of a project like that, then maybe it'll flow more naturally for you. Valegra. Yeah. You're like Viagra, but Valegra. I like it. Yeah, I'll get better at the saying people's names thing. Actually, I won't. I'm going to be terrible at it, but I'll try hard. And if I really can't pronounce your name, you'll just be Skittles to me. Okay, so where were we? So we went through the two different ways that we're going to try to override the Pathfinder to let it know it can go through doors. So I think we're on the right path with checking the neighbor grid, because I was trying to see what gets considered walkable, and a hex gets considered walkable if it has a collider. Well, actually, hold on. Can we just do, before I totally throw it out, the baby out with the bathwater about the walkable shit, is there a way when we build the map, we can say if it's walkable with a collider or if it's an object type of door? Maybe? Let's time box it to what's 5:30 right now. Let's time box it like 20 minutes. So like 5:50 we don't have it figured out, we're gonna throw that shit away in the garbage. Get walkable neighbors. So let's walk through the board manager when we set up the scene. Creating the map from scratch. And then we do the grid rebuild, which is, this should be where the magic's happening. Recreate grid. And then create grid. Every Pave. I figured I may start streaming my programming just to kind of get my work out there in the ether. Even if you don't get your workout in the ether, it's good so that you can focus and you can act like there's people watching you all the time, no matter what. And if you have people watching you all the time, if you feel like that, you'll be less likely to fuck off and you'll be more likely to focus on what you're doing. You got to stream for you, not for like Like, don't, I don't know, this, I don't want to sound like a jerk, just, I mean, I'm not the biggest guy in the world, I don't have many people, but you have to do it for you. Like, stream for you, and then enjoy what you're doing, and then people will start following you, you know, like, but yeah, and then you can make connections and network. Like, networking is really important too. So make friends in the area that can help you. Like, that's another one that's super duper important. Like, don't be like a fucking swarmy scumbag that tries to like befriend people just to get it in. Like that, like I can tell when people do that, and I don't fucking like that. Like, I don't like brown nosers. But if someone's like generally like trying to be a friend to me, like, or be kind to me, that's just for the sake of being kind, that's awesome. Like, okay, you're a friend now. Like, I will help you if you need something. But if you're just like, you know, don't be a brown noser. It's a subtle line, but there's people that like that. There's people that love sycophants, but I'm not one of them. Like, I will be like, no, fuck off. I don't want an ass kisser. But some people are like that stuff. Some narcissists are like, that's their jam. So we get the tile map here. We get the collider. Oh, here's where we're setting walkable. You wouldn't steal a baby, would you? So you can't path through mountains. Okay. Yeah. You wouldn't steal a baby, would you? Okay. But can I also tell what we have here? Like, we're checking the collider here, but can we also tell if it's a door? We can, right? We can totally tell if it's a door. If we put a door check here, we'll probably be okay? Maybe? You wouldn't steal a baby, would you? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true, because then you can track your progress over time. Yeah, as long as you're doing it for you. But, you know, I'm just some guy on the internet. Do what you want to do. You can ignore me if you think I'm dumb. Okay, so we can put a door check here. Door check? And in honor of, you know, I'm a check, we're going to do door check. Huh? Yeah, okay, so... And this is in grid. And then we can check object type here. We get object type in Map Atlas, right? Actually, we do it in Selector too. Selector is what we do when we click. I think that has a bunch of things we can reference as well. Selector, there we are. Whew. Okay. Object type. Ooh. Object type. Aha! Huzzah! Get tile by type. Cool. So here we'll return a tile by type, but I want to check the type of a tile. Let's see. Do I have check tile type here somewhere? Or get tile type? Or get object type? Or something? Am I doing something? I appreciate the advice. I don't really know any skilled programmers. I wouldn't say I'm skilled, but... And that's another thing too. Beware of people that talk about how good they are. Like, I'm like Jesus coder. It's like, get the fuck out of here. Nobody is Jesus coder. Like, everyone's like, you want a rock star, but a rock star is someone that's gonna like trash your hotel room and fucking burn the place down, and they're gonna be drunk when they come to their fucking workouts and their practice, and then they're gonna go live and just be a prick. So humble people, you know. But thank you for saying I'm skilled. That's maybe. I have some skills. But you're getting that polite thing down. Like last night it was funny, my daughter and my wife were arguing with each other, and they were like yelling at each other, and I was like, dude, shut the fuck up. I was thinking shut the fuck up for both of them, because they were both being ridiculous. And then they walk away, and then I walk out to check on my daughter and like talk her through the problem. And then my son comes out, he's like, Dad, I thought we're supposed to be working on not yelling. I was like, I know, I've been working on not yelling too, and I know you've been working on it. He's like, Dad, I don't even yell. And he said it in so convincing way. He was lying out of his ass because he yells all the fucking time. And I just started laughing. I walked into the room and I said, you know, Colin, you're getting really good at lying. I almost didn't realize you were lying for a second. And then he just started, he did this fucking little, he didn't think I heard it, but he just did this little laugh behind him. And me and my wife just started cracking up. Because, you know, he's on the spectrum, so he has a really hard time with that stuff, like sarcasm and like reading stuff like that, and like picking up on jokes. So the fact that he was like getting that, like, It's like all the effort and all the therapy and stuff is super helpful. So that was really nice to see, because those are little things that like a normal, like a typical person would be like, oh, whatever. But for my son, it's like a big deal, and we're excited about it. You know what you're doing at least. I know some things that I'm doing correct. So we need a function to get us the object type, which I'm sure we have. We have to have it somewhere. We can't not have a function to check the object type. So let's see how many places reference the map object database. Is it just selector? Get tile by type. I just want to find all the places that we reference. Oh, we have a door highlight, and we have door here. Yeah. Oh, and this is in get tile by type. Okay. So that could be get object type as well, if we wanted to jack that kind of code. Map object type right here. Goddamn motherfucker. I'm just living here with my two best friends from high school back in Texas. Two of us work for Sprint and the others work at Home Depot. Nice. What do you do for Sprint? And is Sprint the one? Is Sprint going to become the parent, or is T-Mobile becoming the parent? Yeah, there's lots of good stuff from there, sir. I used to listen to this music when I lived in Boston, and I'd walk down to the T every day. It was really good because it would help keep my energy up so I wouldn't freeze to death, because it was the middle of winter. So we're trying to find where we reference the map object type. And if we don't have a map object type lookup, we should totally add one, because and I did this code 7 years ago, so what a fucking idiot I was to not have a function for that. Like, come on. Oh, this might be it. Nope, that's not it. That's just a reference to the map object shit itself. Okay, well, I guess we're adding a fucking function to Map Atlas called, instead of get tile by type, we're gonna do, instead of returning a tile, we're gonna return the type of object at the point. We're gonna pass a tile in and have it look up what the type it is. So we're gonna return a map object type. Oh, push ready. This isn't defined here, right? Oh, it is. Okay, cool. So we're gonna pass in. We're gonna get back a map object type. We're gonna pass in. We're gonna say this is get object by tile. And we're gonna pass in a tile. We're gonna call it tile. We're just gonna call it tile. Kyle? No, tile. Pass in a tile and get back the map object type. And this is already calling get tile by type. Find by type bush. So I have to pass in. What do we get with tile? We're both sales rep at a kiosk at the mall, and yeah, I think they merged or something. Kind of glossed over with that training, to be honest. They're still paying us for doing online Zoom training to keep us supported. That's really awesome. That's really good of them. I used to have Sprint until they treated me like a second-class citizen, so then I was like, fuck that noise. So get object type by tile. What do we, let's see what we have access to a tile. We actually have to pass it in somewhere because we've got to, we need to look up, because this is just a Unity tile. This isn't anything special we have. So how do we get from the tile we pass in to, because we're going to go from here and we're going to say in door check, we're gonna say, we'll refactor this, but just to get it started, we're gonna say map atlas instance.get or get object by tile. We're gonna pass in the tile. Actually, do we even have the, we have the world point. Yeah, actually, we don't care about the tile. Can't we just reference it from the grid? Yeah, maybe we can reference this from the grid instead. The grid might have what we need. Oh no, fuck you. Oh, it's actually sws.grid, right? sws.grid.instance. Node grid. And if we get node grid, and it would be node grid XY. And then what can we get from it? Reachability group, walkable. Do we have the type of tile it is? Yeah, how do we map? Like, we've got this data somewhere. Oh no, don't worry about it. Villagra. They're like the option at the time. They were like the option for people with like. Never mind. I'm not gonna get into it. No, it's all good. You know, they provide a good service and they're all right. I'm easily aggravated when people do scummy things. That's all. No biggie. It happens a lot. So this is checking if it's walkable for the hex. Oh, because we're setting this right now. We're setting the node, aren't we? We're probably setting, yeah, we're setting the node shit right here. It's like the node doesn't even know shit because the node hasn't been created yet. So that's not going to work. So it'd have to be the map atlas then. Ooh. Duh. We've got a map atlas. We've got a global atlas of objects that we can check through. Like, yeah, we don't need to check the tile. We need to just pass in a fucking vector too. So if that's the case, we might not even need this. Let's see if there's something in map atlas where we get the type of the hex, because we're just going to pass in a vector 2 at this point. Like, we don't need to pass in tile. We pass in the vector 2. And it'll be hex, get object by tile, get object by location, return new map object, just to be done with this. New map object type. Oh, that's what it is. I'm like, what am I doing? Map object type dot. We'll just say it's a wall. Just, this is a test. So there should be something in Map Atlas, because Map Atlas has, we have a couple different kind of atlases. We have a per type atlas of like doors. So let's run the game and see. We gotta fix this because this is gonna error. But we should be able to go start the game and look at the map atlas, because I think we'll have a door atlas where we can just check, like, and then it's just a matter of, does the map atlas get created before the grid? And if not, we'll just have to make it right. And then it should be able to be done in soon enough to be not noticeable to the player. Don't worry about it, Villagra. I need to get tested to see if I had the Corona. Did you have the Corona? Because I heard, oh, my wife showed me a picture of it. Fucking asshole that she is. And then I heard Ko talk about how he had it, where they like twist it 15 times and like, oh, fuck. I think I'd rather have Corona. I think I'd rather have Charmin 19 than have my fucking brain scrubbed. Oh. Oh, it's giving me the heebie-jeebies, so enough of that for now. Damn it, Villagra. Talking about getting your brain scrubbed. How was it? Was it, like, everyone I've heard said it's like, it's weird, it feels weird, it's not pleasant. I got super sick back in November, missed 2 weeks of work, went to the hospital, and they said it was some kind of virus, but they were 100 sure what it was at the time. Yeah, there's a lot of people with that story. Like my wife got super sick in February, and it was weird. It's one of those things where it's in like the IT world. It's where like you've had something broken for a while, and it just took you till some major calamity to realize what happened. So maybe that's what this is going to turn out to be like. Oh, this has been happening for a lot longer than we thought, but it took us a while to track down what the fuck was actually happening. I had it bad. Fever was so bad I could barely walk on my own. Couldn't keep much down. Oh, you need to get tested to see. So then never mind. Oh, well then you need to get an antibody test. So not the brain scrubby scrub one, right? Unless they do the same thing to get the antibodies from there. And don't be stupid. Go to the doctor next time. Unless you already did and they told you to take an ice bath. Which isn't what... Yeah, if that had happened to me, that would have sucked because I would have taken Advil or ibuprofen, and then I would have been one of the people that had it worse because ibuprofen exacerbates the symptoms. Object list here. We're going to look at the object list to see. Yeah, there's a door list. So we've got a door list. So yeah, let's loop through the door list. And it's got object type 8, and object type 8 should be equal to a door. The door is ajar. The door is ajar. Okay. Let's see what we got. Wood door is object type 8. Okay. Okay, so this is in the door list. So where do we reference door list? And let's cancel out of here. Door list. I'm just trying to see where we reference the door lists. What is this function in Map Atlas? Probably the same one we were in before, right? Get removed from global list. Okay. Now they just described me ibuprofen. I think something to soothe my throat because I was what looked like ulcers in the back of my throat and it burned so bad to swallow. Well, then that was bad if you took Advil. That probably made it worse. Like knowing what we know now, that Advil exacerbates the symptoms. Like it should have been Tylenol. But no, I get it. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, for all the fucking morons here that are calling it the China flu, and then like they didn't call the Spanish people to get upset about the Spanish flu, and then they're too ignorant to know that the Spanish flu really started in Kansas, in a farm in Kansas, or is it farm in Kansas or farm in Missouri? Farm somewhere in America. But since it was World War I, they censored the fact that there was a major, flu outbreak that was killing. But the thing that sucked about the Spanish flu was instead of targeting old people, it was predominantly killing people your age, like early 20s, in the 18 to 20s. So it wasn't killing old people, it was killing like the healthy soldiers. And it killed, millions of people. Good times. So back to checking object type. So if we loop through here, we should be able to find this. I think if we pass in, so this we're passing in the chords and an object ID. Then do we have a get object from global list? Let's see, math. Let me make another copy of this. Boop. So we can look for another function. Oh, right there, get map object types. Return a string array that's a list of map object types. That would work, but I wonder why it's commented out. That's what I just said, Balar.
Sorry for these poor fools.
But no, yeah. That is true. I call it not fun to have. Yeah, my wife had it really bad, and my boss had it in like February, like because her husband came back from China, so she got it before it was a thing. So she got it before it was cool, but they were both on their ass for like, it started with like, oh, he's got a little something and it's not too bad. And then the next somebody's like, he's fucked up. And then she was like, oh, I got it now. It's not so bad. And then a couple days later, she's like, she was fucked up too. But she worked through it because she's a fucking superhero. I mean, she worked from home, but she still worked from it. So build a global list. So here's where we're doing the door list. So where do we get this door list from? Get tile by name, which I don't really care about. Global list. Periodic checks. Start. Okay, we're at the very top. So let's walk through Map Atlas and see if we see anything that stands out for being able to... I would be surprised if I didn't already have a function to look up something by the map type. But if we don't, we'll add it. I mean, this code has, you know, a lot of code behind it, so there's a lot of work in here. Gotta get some sleep. Hey, have a good night, Villagra. Cool. Well, I appreciate the follow. Thanks for hanging out. I'll give you some foxes and dogs for your goodbyes. My daughter drew those emotes, which is cool. Add to global list. Hey, thank you for the follow, Aver MGT. Welcome to the Biscuit Brigade, as said by my 6-year-old daughter. Like I said, we're going to go a little longer today because I started late and it's Friday. It's going to be a long day at work, so I'm going to stream a little bit longer. Add objects to list. Hi, I've just found the Live Coders group. Nice. That's really awesome. Did you, are you a coder yourself, or what's your story, friendo? And hello. Yeah, I got recommended to apply for them from someone after I got like a big raid. Someone's like, hey, you have really cool content. I think you'd be good on the team. So I applied and they said yes, even though I swear like a fucking sailor, which is nice. It's part of my charm, really. Delete from map alias. Check reachability zone. No. Add node to reachability zone. Nope. Place nodes. Nope. Reset. Nope. Reset. Nope. Go fuck yourself. Remove nodes. No, sir. Get center map from reachability. Nope. Get next zone. Noda. This is removed from global list. Not quite. And this should actually become a static lookup. That was a gross way to do it. Check map atlas. Ah! Check map atlas grid for type. This might be it. Okay, this might be what we need. What does it do? It sounds like it passes in a grid and it checks to see if there's this type in the grid. This looks like what we need to do. Pass in. Trying to pretend as a programmer for 10 years. Already no success so far. Like, do you mean pretend like imposter syndrome? No. Do you mean pretend like imposter syndrome pretend, or like you do something else and you're trying to jump into programming as like a side thing? Because this looks like it might work. So we're passing in an object ID. We're looping through the map atlas list count. Well, I can remove the to-do since it's a for loop now. You fucking asshole. I love my notes to myself. Wait till we ever get big enough to hire employees and they have to look at this code and they're like, dude, what the fuck? Why are you swearing at yourself all the time? So this is just looping through the lists that are there. And it's saying, getting the index and saying the map position's this, looking for object type, blah, got whatever. and it searched the global list. So this could be what we need if we want to find a door. So if we want to check and see if there's a door here. And this might be super inefficient later, for sure. But yeah, so back here we could say map atlas.instance.check map atlas grid for type. And then the type we're going to pass in, and the grid position we're going to pass in is X, Y, and then we're going to get the object type is going to be game manager because we have it as a object type door. We have a constant or a static that'll represent that. So then here we're saying a door. So if we get a door, so what do you mean, Aver, I think. What are you saying, Aver? Like, are you a programmer now? Like, are you like a real programmer and like you're not doing good at it? Or do you have another job and you've been trying to get into programming for 10 years? Or are you like a IT person that's trying to get into game development? I'm a tech support manager, quite interesting job, but I constantly feel like part of my brain is not being used 100%. Okay, that totally makes sense then. So you're trying to do side stuff to make the jump over then. Are you at a company where you can actually do that? Like when I worked at Media Temple and GoDaddy, they would, if you had an interest, they would let you jump over positions to, because they always wanted to have people move. They wanted to keep the good people. Excuse me. They always wanted to keep the good people. So if they had someone good, they wanted to change their roles, they would work with them for that. But yeah, if you have questions, shoot and ask. And thanks for coming in and saying hi. I appreciate it. We're just trying to grow a community of like-minded nerds and people that like gaming, that like writing games, that like programming, that are just, you know, because I do game on the channel occasionally. I mean, it'll be more occasionally eventually, but I want to make good progress in the game to get it to a spot where I can get builds out to you guys and start getting feedback from people. Okay, so we're going to pass in this to check map atlas grid by type. So this helper function we started, we don't really need. And this could just be a generic, you know, eventually we can make this, have this loop over the map atlas, the master, the global map atlas, have this loop over the global map, have this loop over the global map atlas and return the type of objects found. So that could potentially return multiple things, since the concept of a map atlas, there's more than one thing. There can be many things. So then that is right now. I mostly have to manage people resources to run it the right direction at least. No, that, I mean, I've been in leadership roles before. I've been a director before. I know how that goes. But like, yeah, when you want to make the jump, I'm just curious if you're finding it time to do it yourself, or like, what are you doing to learn? Like, what's your plan? Because as a manager, I'm sure you have, you know, you've planned something out, because that's what your day job is, planning. Okay, so here, if we'll do an override, and it's not, there will probably be a better way to do this. Let's even make a note, do this better. Sudo, this is gross, do this better later. So if, and actually we'll just say this, if this is true, does it return a true or false? Yeah, it returns a true or false. So if this is true, then walkable is true. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, we're not working on defucking. Jesus, Nightbot, you're the worst. Let me fucking turn that timer off, because I don't like Nightbot being a lying. You're being a lying whore, Nightbot. You're being a lying whore. What are we working on today? Let me disable that one. Goals? 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 Is it goals he's spitting out? Let's see. Goals. Yeah, so let me disable that one. Fuck off, Nightbot. Nobody loves you. Okay. So this will set walkable true. So let's see what happens. This might make doors... So there might be an unintended consequence. So let's take our bets on that now. So what might happen is the door might be... What might happen... The door being walkable... Walkable might break the reachability zone stuff, or it might not because it uses colliders, so maybe it won't reachability zone stuff. And actually that's a terrible way to write reachability. I need to go lock the door because my cat's being an asshole. 1 second. Well, one of my cats is being an asshole. There we go. He just likes to fucking push on the door, and then if he can't get the door, he'll just jump up and try to open the door. Yeah, I have cats that know how to open doors, which is awesome. Philip, you're abandoning me in my time of need, and that's pretty terrible, sir. So the door might break the reachability zone check. Zone check. Let's see if it does. Let's take a screenshot so we can record it for posterity. Ah, fuck it. I'll just use my damn mouse. Okay, so let's try this out and see. Door might be slightly open and pouring the air outside inside with different speeds. We're not there. We're not there yet, Aver. We have no concept of doors being open yet. Like, we'll eventually add an animation for that, but for right now they're yeah, we're not there yet. Smarty pants. I think you're so funny. So what's your, yeah, well, back to you. Like, what's your plan for getting into programming? Like, what are you doing? Besides being a giant smartass on the internet to random people. Rah, herpa derp. Derpa herp. Okay, so let's try this and see. So we'll turn the reachability zone on right away because we have an overlay that shows what the, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I guess we'll figure it out when we get there. No? Boss? Okay, there we go. Let's run. Oh, and we gotta turn this off because that'll be... That master camera is really brutal in the game. On the frames. So if we turn reachability zone on and this is still a different zone, then we'll know we didn't break that with our little hack. But if we can do that little hack, then we've now stored that the door hex is walkable. Even though it has a collider, we've stored it's walkable as like a special case, but it's still being counted as another room for the flood fill, which it should work, but I just wanted to write down that it might be broken just in case we move along and we forget about it, and then at least we have a note like that could break that. We need to be careful of that. It's important. It's important, boss. It's important. While we're waiting. Okay, so let's turn on the reachability zone and see. Boop. The different color, we're good. If it's not, we're bad. It is so laggy right now. It is ridiculous. What is going on with the thing right now? Razy. Is it just like straight up locked up? Yeah, this is interestingly brutal. Just this one check? Is this really what's causing the issue? Can't be. We could put it in there to bake it into one check though, instead of being two. Okay, where's the debugger say? Can we pause it? Boop. Let's continue it. Can we add a breakpoint? Is it breaking right here? Let's add a breakpoint and see. Boop. Or add the breakpoint. Hey, thank you for the follow. Veracalcia. Welcome to the Bisque Brigade, as said by my 6-year-old. Damn, flashbacks to days I game devved with Electro Swing in the background. Hey, Johnny the Carrot. Good morning, sir or madam. Johnny, angry Johnny. Okay, so it is totally fucking just whacked and locked up. So let's kill the editor for the 3rd time today, and it'll be fun. Good morning. Hope everything is going well for you. Let's kill the editor. And reopen it. Boop. Where's the editor? Editor, where are you? Unity, hello. Good morning. Unity, are you going to wake up? What's going on, sir? There's this Java learning course, Java Rush. It's an interactive with auto checks for of code results. So from time to time, I have a couple hours to spare. Plus, we moved to Salesforce platform, Java like code there too. So sweet time when I have to fix some procedure in our product. It makes me feel like I'm not totally lost as a programmer. Yeah, you should totally see if you can get them to let you, support that desire to change your, your position. And one good way to do it too is you can try to volunteer for like side projects after work and learn that way. Or develop your own side stuff, like make something that you need for yourself, like make a task manager or insert something you need here for something you're going to work on to learn Java. I stayed up until 2 a.m. yesterday because we were releasing our demo to the Discord community. Nice. What do you do, Johnny the Carrot, if you don't mind me asking? And if you do, you can just tell me to fuck off. But I hope your release went well. I'm a programmer at a game studio. Nice, nice. Anyone I would know? To the Discord community. Anything you care to say, or would you rather just keep it to yourself? I don't care either way. We're a small boy indie studio. Nice. Well, what are you working on? I like indie devs as an indie dev myself. But I don't really call myself an indie dev until, like, once I release this game, sure, then I'll be an indie dev. Right now, I'm just some asshole trying to live his dream, We're a studio named Twice Different, releasing Ring of Pain. Do you want to link it up? We're all in this together. I mean, I like finding new games. I love like that feeling when you're on Steam or somewhere and you find like a good indie dev game that's like fucking amazing. I mean, it's very rare. So, but when you feel it, man, that feeling of like, oh my god, I found the magic. Let's see. Let us see what is going on. Make regions work again. Let's see. Oh, I gotta turn the potato quality up. Like, boy, this looks like shit. These graphics suck. I didn't expect a frog.
In your image, it's a sick joke, an affliction, a creeping curse that swallows you whole, a fallen, broken, lost control, and now a choice is in your hands, the ring of pain and its demands. Plan your
I love rhyming all the time. Ooh, a card game.
attack or sneak to sides, forge a path with choices wise, observe the ring and strategize, mix and match within confines of items, types and slots defined, seeking treasures, strength compounds, passive powers, some profound. When death approaches, readjust. Your final choice is who to trust.
Pretty neat for a card game. Looks pretty awesome. I missed the credits, sorry. Damian Shepard, Belinda Coons, and Thomas Ingram. I'm guessing you're Thomas Ingram, and you go by Johnny the Carrot. You're not being truthful about your name. I'm just messing with you. Cool. That looks awesome, dude. Like, well done. So the reason I put up North Star is like my story is very similar to this guy's there. He released his game, like he started working on this game while he had another job, and he eventually put it out, and then he made enough money to open a studio. And it's like, because Philip was like, that sounds like you, and I was like, really? Because I was telling the story about what I was doing, and he's like, that totally sounds like you. So that's why it's the North Star. I'm not Thomas. That trailer is from before I joined the team. Nice. Ah. So Thomas was successful enough to bring on Johnny the Carrot. Johnny! Okay. Game's totally fucked, though. Something is totally fucked at this point. And is it from this one line of code? Let's comment it out and see. Well, after we now close the editor again. Cause we're Fukaki. I actually got the job by talking to the team at Gamescom. Oh, dude, that's awesome. That's really cool. I've never been to any game festivals or anything. What'd you do before you worked for them? Were you like an independent designer or like just trying to get your start? Let's kill this fucker again and restart. Because whatever we're doing is not good times. Bloop. This is my first job ever. Holy mackerel. Well, you will do good. And let me open that, and let's minimize that, and minimize that, and go back to that. So we've commented this out. Let's see if it works better now. And then we can kind of see why this is so brutal. Well, let's look at why it's brutal right now, because it maybe it was not efficient. If it's looping through, oh gosh, okay. Because if this is looping through every fucking hex, that could be a problem. Check map atlas grid for type. We could just make a one check map atlas grid for door and then check the door list, which will be substantially less than the map atlas list. Because the map atlas list has 30,000 things. That's probably why we were fucking it in the butt. I don't work in the game itself, but on a project related to it. I'm generally a helper. Well, what were you streaming though? Because you said it was a throwback. What were you streaming online, and what was your side project? If you don't mind me asking. So we'll do check map atlas for door. If there's not one there already. Public bool check map. Ah. Yeah, it should be capital. Why is that lowercase? Gross. Check map atlas grid for door. We're gonna pass in grind your X. Stop typing grind, you fucking idiot. Good lord. And let's refactor this to be proper check, like lowercase is gross. That's 7 years ago me thinking that would be awesome, but it's not. It's terrible. And then this time we'll loop through. We'll just change the list we loop through for this. We will say we're gonna loop through the other list. Oh, a failed project I might revisit. I love the concept, but I'm not good at making good gameplay. I know how to code and know how to make levels look nice, but I'm not a gameplay designer. Nice. Well, hopefully you learn it from here. I mean, I feel like that's why something like RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress works well for me, because I'm not really a gameplay designer. But if you can develop the emergent systems that will work together and produce pseudo-random story elements and generate a story, then you can kind of, the gameplay is kind of done for you just through the AI you write, or the algorithms you write, if that makes any sense. So we're gonna look through the, where the fuck are the door lists, right? Door list. There it is, doors list. There we go. Make me crazy. Looking for door. Yeah, we don't need any of that shit. We're looking for door and we found the motherfucker. And we don't need this either. We don't need a loop over this shit. Like, no, we don't. Well, we'll do it at first just to see. Looking for doors, searched. And it would just be, yeah, XY. Weird. 1, 0. Oh, double commas. What does it mean? Oh, map position. That's what the last one was. Atlas, not map position. Okay. Well, that's also dumb and gross. So, no. No! Don't do that! Okay. Oh, yeah, I guess we just need to hear map atlas, check for door. Well, we already know we're looking for a door, so we don't really give a fuck, do we? And we can just put the position right here. Why? And then we can just get rid of this fucker inside here. Okay, so let's look at the loop. We just need to loop through the doors. The door list, which should be updated. And we don't need... We're not returning this Atlas object. Oh, this is just the cached version of the thing. Welcome back, Philip. I'm going around handing out Discord keys to the demo to collect feedback. Hey, well, if you need another game tester, I'd be glad to help you guys. If not, that's fine too. There's the Discord. But no worries, I'm not fishing for anything, so it's up to you guys. I was just trying to be helpful if I can help a fellow indie dev studio. Found something, so we're gonna say, we're gonna loop the doors list. If the position of the Atlas object equals grid X, grid Y, then we're good. And we don't need to check the type because there is no goddamn type. We already know the type. You've already done played yourself, son. Good. This should work? Question mark? Let's first make sure the game will run again. It should, but little silly of me, like looping through 90,000 cells, then looping through 900,000 cells. I wonder why that's locking out the editor. Oh, because you're being dumb. Sure. Well, I sent you the Discord, so if you want to add me and shoot me the key, I'll check it out and give you. Just let me know what you guys are looking for, and I'll focus on that kind of feedback. It'll probably have to be after work today, or I might be able to do it at lunch, but today's probably going to be busy, so it'd probably have to be after work, if you want. And then we can put it up in the Discord as like a referral to you guys for anyone looking for neat games. Am I looking like this? Have you got my shit? Okay, there we go. It finally worked. Hey, you can get. Have you got my shit? Dancing to the music. Sorry, it's a curse of mine. Okay, so this will loop over much smaller list of things, so it should be way less pooptastic. Where did I put right here? So instead of calling check map atlas, we're gonna check map atlas for door. And we don't need this because we know we want a door. Did you say you want a whore? No, I said I want a door. Oh. No. No. Hey. Meow. There you go. Okay. Compile and try again. Oh, whatever you want. I linked the Discord up there so you can pop in there and then we can connect that way on our names. And then I should be like at the top as the admin or whatever. But it's up to you. Don't go out of your way if you don't want to. It's no big deal. What I'm talking about. Okay, let's see. Shall we? I will. No whammies. Oh, cool. Give your dev team an idea to move cards around a bit. Hey, thank you for the follow. It's Anime. Good morning. And welcome to the Bishop Brigade. Thank you for the wave yesterday in Dean's chat, which will be whenever we wrap up today. Hey, thank you for the follow, Johnny the Carrot. Welcome to the Bishop Brigade. That is my daughter, and I will show off her new hotness emotes she made for us. Oh, not that one, but that's still someone that's awesome. Hello! Where is it? Where is it? Ah, there it is. My daughter made those two emotes, which is awesome, and Twitch finally approved them. Anton. Oh, he plays Tarkov a lot. Yeah, my buddies like watching Anton when he does the Tarkov stuff. So this is still taking a while to start up, so it's a intensive check. So we might need to, again, rethink how we do this. But let's see. We'll give it some time. I mean, this check should be orders of magnitude less intense because it's like five things. Yeah, he plays Tarkov a lot. Like, it was funny seeing after during the drops, like him and everyone else that plays Tarkov was just like fucking blowing up. It was crazy. I've watched him a couple times, but it's Tarkov. Yeah, they talk about his style. My buddies would talk about his style. They like him. I'm more of a, fuddy-duddy. So compared to the youngsters that say yeet all the time. And AF. And lit. Oh, it's so lit AF. Lit AF. Let's go yeet. Yeet all over the seat. It's like there's not enough time in the day to find all the interesting content creators on Twitch. So it's kind of like you've got to pick your window. And then randomly do you go out of your box to find new people. And then when you find someone you like, it's like, shit, now I feel like I'm cheating on my other person I watched because of this person. It's a very interesting mental dynamic. I used some magic to extract your account name and discriminator from the invite link, so I added you. Oh, cool. What'd you add me to? Am I going to get like an email or something? Okay, so this very much did still lock everything up. So this is still a much too intense check. So we're creating the grid, and create grid runs all the time. This shouldn't be that bad of a check though. Like, it totally should not be that bad. Like, yeah, this should not be that bad. Let's see if we can attach while it's running. Oh, as a friend. Gotcha. I use some magic to extract your account name and discriminator from the invite link. Nice. I use some data that Discord leaked to look up your information. Okay, let's see. Let's see how light this is. It's looping through a doors list, caching the results, and checking the atlas position versus grid X. What can we do? All I can see is your name, ID discriminator. Nice. Cool, is it like a third-party service you used or something you guys came up with yourselves? One day I'll make a Discord bot. One day. There's so many things I'll one day do, like make a Twitch bot, make a Discord bot. Like, it's all shit I can do. It's just, you only have so much time to... You can only sling so much code in a day. Okay, well, we are still fucking this up, so let's kill it again. And evaluate more judiciously what we might be doing. But yeah, I don't know why this would be... Like, this list has 5 things, and this is a 300 by 300, and it's happening a lot, but I'm still surprised that this is that cost effective, or cost ineffective, really. Die, Unity. Die. Oh, nice. Ah, cool. They're just calling their API. Neat. Thanks for explaining. I like learning. Today I learned. Today I learned, chat. Okay, today I'm trying to figure out why the fuck is this fucking thing... Like, I could get the other one because you were looping through like a giant list, but this list has like 5 things. So what in the goddamn carnation? We're looping through the door list. Count. We're looping through it every time. Lost my mind. All alone. All alone in a city of light. What the fuck? See, I start swearing because I'm starting to try to figure out... Swearing helps get my brain moving, you know? Oh, thanks, Anima. So what's your story, Anima? Are you a programmer? You just like game development? Like, what? Tell us about yourself. And hello. Love the dice. Let's do a break here. She's in my range. Let's do it if lost my mind. Let's do it if X and Y are 0. Or just do 100. And Y is 100. Because I want to do one test and then be able to not brick the goddamn app, but still get some debug output to see why it's... Like, I've got to be missing something with what's causing it to take so much longer. Right. The pale moonlight. I did 5 years of culinary school, and then I decided I didn't want to cook for a living, so I started making games. Awesome. I never did culinary school, but I did work as a cook for a number of years. But that's awesome. So what do you do for your making games? Do you have like your own studio, or... And feel free to tell me to fuck off if it's too much prying. Just curious. Might as well chit chat while we're waiting for shit to load. Okay, we've got the debugger attached, and let's... Before I do that, let's start with a little more simple. Like 100 by 100 might take a while to get to. Let's do 1 by 1. Lost my mind. Actually, let's do 0 to 0 because that should be the very first. City of lights. Let's see through the pale moonlight. Like, very brave to like jump over. You know, that's really hard. Like I do this as a hobby because I did not have the courage to, you know, jump in with both feet. But you know, if this thing goes okay and we get enough of community to pay the bills, then maybe we'll go full time. Although if the startup we're at goes well, then maybe I can go to game development full time and hire people. That would be kind of cool. That would be super fucking cool, to be honest. I mean, super cool. My mind, all alone in the city of lights. Okay, let's see. It didn't hit the brake. What? Hey, thank you for the follow, Messy Coder. Hello. And welcome to Disc Brigade. Why the fuck did that fucking do that? What in the fucking fuck? If x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 0, motherfucker. Let's do one by one then. And the debugger's attached. Oh, unless it's going to be pissy because it's an if statement. Let's do debug.log. That might have been what it was. That's what I call good music. I love your comments. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Swearing at myself helps motivate me, you know. Swearing in general is very motivating. As long as you're not like, I would never swear meanly and like put someone down, but it's like, motherfucking fucker, you better fucking work. So I appreciate the feedback. I'm just starting projects and I'm not completing them at the moment. Right now I'm trying to complete, is this one Tarkov inspired project? What's that? Because I also had the idea to make like an American Tarkov. But I decided I gotta finish projects before I just start them because that's a waste of life to just start things you never finish. So, but yeah, I'd be curious to hear about it. I would love like another Tarkov-y thing because Tarkov's awesome. There's just some stuff about it that I don't fucking like that makes me want to kick an old lady down a flight of stairs. Figuratively. Except that one fucking lady, you know who you are, bitch. You know who you are. And I'm kidding, by the way. Unless you're that lady that I'm talking about. Oh, then you know who you are. Oh, man. We all feel like imposters. I'm not even in college yet, so I'm working at Game Studios Epic, but I feel like an imposter. Yeah, that's totally true. Everyone that's like worth their salt is going to feel like an imposter at times and have imposter syndrome, and nobody's going to talk about it. But if you talk about it, then you'll quickly, if you're brave enough to mention it, you'll quickly have people like, yeah, I kind of feel like that way sometimes too. Unless they're the douchey fucking like, I'm the fucking God's gift to XYZ. It's like, get the fuck out of here. You suck. And you have a shitty attitude. Okay, so let's see. We're here. Now let's dig into this motherfucker and see. And then we're going to this check map and let's see what the fuck happens. What? I don't understand. Oh, because it's a string? What? Step out. For door. Okay, so check for door. Yeah, it's very subtle. It's like very small. Like, why is that such a fucking pile of garbage? Oh, well, we know. Okay, so let's continue. We know what we can do. What in the world was that? What in the... What the deuce? Oh, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, link me. I'll check it out. That's freaking awesome, dude. Really cool. That would be like a dream for me to work there. And I probably could in like the capacity where they've used Node and stuff. I could probably be a DevOps guy there and work there, but is like a designer would be really cool. Yeah, link up the VOD. That'll be pretty cool. Thanks for sharing. That is nifty. Work calls. Be right back. Then bye. Yeah, juggling school and work is super duper no fun. I feel you. It's more of a full-time hobby at the moment. Well, that's awesome. It's Anima. It's a single-player roguelike Tarkov centered around scavs and top-down. It's kind of messy, to be honest. Hey, everything's... Dude, this shit is messy as fuck. Like what I've got on my screen right here. Like, it's totally messy. Don't knock yourself too hard. You're brave enough to push forward. 154 by 149. That's the door position we care about. Okay, so let's try it with our specific door. Oh, well. And this will give us the benefit of seeing if this even works. Like, I don't want to debug the performance of this if this doesn't fucking work. But this should work for this door. This one door, this one little gin joint. So this should work for this door. I can't even use... Juggling school and work is easy. I can't even use Windows anymore. Why not? I've been working 20 plus years and feel like an imposter every day. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Imposter syndrome is no joke. Okay, let's give this a try. We're going to break on this door hex right here. 154. 154? $154 by 149, I think. Is that what it is? Yes, we got it. Oh, we broke. We're in debug mode now. Boop. Okay. We're here. Step forward. Step forward. And then let's jump to here. Where's the go to cursor thing? 4-step. Run to cursor. Yes. Perfect. Okay. So then let's see what's in... Let's evaluate what's in the doors list right now. It's game data instance.door list. Free list. Jobs list. Where's my motherfucking door list? Edge row. Okay, let's just evaluate it then. Game data dot instance dot door list. There's nothing in it right now. Nothing in it yet. Because it's generating the door first. Is that what's happening? We're generating the door. Whenever I use it for more than a couple days, it either crashes 15 times or gets corrupted entirely. Running Linux and all is incredibly stable and running fine. Yeah, I went through my run Linux as my daily driver phase, but the running games with like Wine and Crossover it's almost more difficult than just running Windows. So whenever there's gaming is more accessible to Linux, I'll probably switch to Linux. But one day. And you know, it's totally workable for other people, I'm sure. And I know there's some games that even release on Linux now since Unity makes it so easy, so that's pretty cool. Okay. So this fucking is empty. So yeah. That's not gonna work because it's empty. For now it's empty. Because this happens before the door list is populated, I'm guessing is what's happening. Let's go to the game now that we've continued. Okay. And then let's check the reachability zones. Boop. So it's a different zone here. Cool. It's hard to see the shading, but it's a different shade. Boop. Bop. Yeah, it's like, nope, can't do shit, sucker. Get hot. Oh, well, tomorrow, baby. Let me miss a day. To make you feel okay. Hey. Hello, Delta On Demand. How are you doing, sir? How are you feeling? Are you still staying healthy and staying sane and everything? I want to kiss your head. Well, you can kiss my head whenever you want, sir. You know, Honorby talked me into joining the their GTA roleplay server. So I'm gonna be Garibaldi's gonna be back. Nice, cool. I'm glad you're going with the flow. I know you're in like a tougher location, but it's totally weird not being out for like the past 2 months for me. I went out one time to go to Best Buy to buy some. What did I buy at Best Buy? Oh, I bought a Stream Deck, but because I ordered lights from Amazon, but I couldn't get like a Stream Deck, so I got it from Best Buy. Dude, do they have Red Dead RP servers? That would be fucking cool. But yeah, Honorby and Devil and their community stood up a server, and I applied. It's but it's like, so it's, I know it's Honorby and Devil, so I know it's not going to be a bunch of fucking idiots like A3L was. And then I know it'll be like professionally run. The 10 codes are all the same. I forgot how fast I remembered. I'm like, oh yeah, 1078 officer needs assistance, like all the shit I forgot from before. I was like, and it's not going to be like A3L where it was all shooty all the time, where like everything just instantly became shoot on sight. I'm like, I really enjoy, like my favorite thing to do was just running like traffic and RPing with people at like traffic stops. It was so much fun. Did you lock up again? You did lock up, you motherfucker. Oh no, you broke again. Oh, because you're trying to rebuild. Break yourself, fool. Oh, that thing. Yeah. Let's just continue. Place for hiding, baby. No, I'm glad you're doing good, man. Or going with the flow anyway. As good as you can be, obviously, for the circumstances. It's getting really big. They opened apps for an hour and received... Holy mackerel, that's awesome. Yeah, a Wild West RP would probably be really fun, too. Oh yeah, you're like, I'm doing the blinker fluid. I remember when I got, you know, one of the guys I'm going to go to after I'm done streaming, it's the founder of DayZ, Dean Hall. So I was in there with him, and then one of Lyric's mods was in there talking about being a Lyric mod, and I was like, oh yeah, the only experience I have with Lyric was when I arrested him once in A3L, and then like hundreds of his little fucking community came in and started calling me, trigger warning, I guess, calling me like a faggot for like an hour. Like, and my mods were just like banning people left and right. I was like, this guy's probably a cocksucker, I think. I was like, I just can't, and I don't know. I've never listened to the guy's stream, so I don't know. But if a streamer like would allow that kind of, their people to go and harass other people, like really not cool. But I mean, I did get a big boost. Like I had like 100 people follow for that. And like, I actually got a really good amount of followers just from that. But I didn't do it for that reason. I was like, I didn't know who the guy was at the time. I was like, I realized someone's like, oh, that was Lyric. And I was like, who is that? And then my channel just flooded with people. So that's, you made me think of that when you were talking about messing with Psy Syndicate stuff. Because I roleplayed with him a couple times. He would go through those bouts where he'd be like the bad guy versus when he'd actually roleplay straight like a cop. But like his crew seems to like it better when he was goofing off all the time. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, he's more, I can see him being more selfish and just trying to get views for his community and shit instead of building something. Door check. And then we'll skip this time and then go back into the game. Oh, are they still around? Yeah, I mean, I stuck with Nerds, and then after Nerds died, I was just like, my internet was toast anyway, so I thought about it a couple times. I was like, ah. And then it moved to like, from A3L, it moved from Arma 3 to like GTA, and I never got into it, but I'm going to now. So I've been studying the manual, and then we'll see what we do. Because I know, like, yeah, Tim Mack and them still do RP, and like Mr. I don't know if Mr. Moon does, but I know Kiwo does still, and Wish doesn't really do it as much anymore. Oh, really? Dude, Mr. Moon was awesome. Like, he was... The name I got Garibaldi was because Moon and Kiwo were in my car, and, you know, Kiwo called me, it's like Officer Biscuit. So that's where I get these Garibaldi's biscuits from. And, yeah, they're fucking awesome. They were super chill, and I didn't know who they were. I didn't know they were a big deal. But yeah, I remember Timac when he wasn't super... Oh, Timac's got... He was big when I saw him at Aetherell. Is he even bigger now? But he was one of Lyric's buddies, if I recall. Which is cool. Like, he's a nice dude. Like, for the most part, when I've interacted with him, he was totally cool. Okay, so we're going to try to move this guy into here and see if we trigger... No, it doesn't work. Okay. So we need to trigger... Can we trigger a grid rebuild now that we've got a door list? I think we can, right? Toggle grid rebuild. Rebuild map atlas. Would that do it? No. No, that doesn't do it. Interesting. We'll have to figure it out. Yeah, they're solid people. Kiwa wasn't big either. Yeah, Kiwa was awesome. Like, I can't even get her to say hi to me anymore, and I gave her, like... One time I was inebriated, and she was talking about needing money, and I gave her a $2,000 donation. And everyone was like, you're just trying to get in her pants. I'm like, dude, she lives in fucking Europe, and I live in Los Angeles. Like, what the fuck? And I'm married with kids. Like, I'm just being nice. I gave Devil $2,000 too, so... I mean, I'm just generous when I have extra money, you know? Oh, dude, McNulty? He's still on this page somewhere. Like, I have him on the... Below, I have a, like, thanks to McNulty, because I didn't know what his Twitch was, to, like, thank him for, his help with the channel before. When I lived in LA and I didn't have kids, I had a lot more, like, extra money. So I would... But now it's like a lot. Times have changed. Fuck, I had somebody drop $1,000 to me to buy an index, and it was just like, what the fuck? It was fucking weird. I was like, now I know what it's like to be on the other side. I was like, what the fuck? Did you really? It's weird. So why is this door shit not working? But I'm glad you're doing good. We should, if you hop on the, dude, that's the only time I ever got it. It was fucking trippy. Like, I think I have it in your Discord, but let's make sure we sync up again and hang out. We're on Steam and everything, but I don't really look at my Steam friends often. But yeah, I'm glad McNulty's a good guy. I like him. There's a lot of good people. There's a lot of good people that I like from that community. Like, even though the fucking, whatever the guy name that ran it was a piece of shit, like, I liked a lot of you guys that I met, and like some really good friends that I've known. I'll bring Cletus Stump to you, Honorby. Yeah, it'll be fun. I missed role-playing with Honorby, and Fox is gonna get in again. It'll be fun. Like, it'll be fun role-playing with people that I remember having rapport with. Like, oh yeah, that guy, Caden. Yeah, and I remember being on with Grizz when he's just going like ham, and we're on the phone with like NCIS, and I'm like, he's trying to get for what's the girl's face, Malik or whatever the fuck her name was, Melatonin or whatever her name was. Yeah, good times. Yeah, well, let me shoot you the link to the fucking, the thing then real quick, because I just... Oop, where is it? This guy. Because I just had it open. And then... From here... Here's that, and then let me find the invite to the Discord. Because it's, Spearhead Gaming. I gotta find... Where the hell's the real... I'll have to ask Falcon for a... Okay, I just asked Falcon because I can't find the link to it, but... Cool. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Johnny the Carrot. Sorry for going off on a tangent about, like, old times and, you know, nostalgia. But it's part of my charm, you know. Have fun with schoolwork, Mr. Carrot. You'll be good. I know Grizz in real life, so he's totally who he says he is. but yeah, I mean, I had that same thing at first, and then, you know, we still talk in real life. So I'm gonna try to get him to see if he wants to do it. But he's doing another project, so we'll see. He's a good dude. He comes off really strong, but he's a good human being. He's just bellicose, you know. Very different than me. I'm more chill than he is, but you know, he's a good dude. Like when I went to the hospital, he sent me like a card. Like he was a really good guy. He's a very good human being. So we need to add another. We need to figure this door shit out, and it's not. Oh, no worries, Messy Coder. I'm gonna Messy. If you hop on the Discord, then we can talk about that thing you wanted to talk about after, and then let's go ahead and let's go, since we stayed an extra hour today. Let's go check out. Oh, you sent me the VOD. Cool. So let's go check out and raid Rocket to Guns while he's working, because I'm gonna have to think about how we're gonna resolve this issue and why it's lagging out. And that's kind of more of a homework thing because it's kind of boring. So I'd like to send you guys over to Rocket. We're gonna raid him. We're gonna do a Biscuit Brigade raid. We're gonna do this. I'm back. Hello. Well, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. What's what issue? Oh, the issue is I'm trying to jury rig a way to have the Pathfinder get through this door. There's a couple ways to do it, but I was trying to go the cheap way, the cheap and easy way. And I'm going to think about it off stream, and I'll be in the Discord if you guys want to keep talking about it. And then we're going to go raid Rocket to Guns. I thank you guys for following, the subs, the people just hanging out in chat. I love you guys, and I will get you the info, Delta, and I'll still be here in the chat once we raid. But I love you guys, and I'll see you later. And I'll talk to you in a little bit, Delta. I hope you're doing good. Stay safe, my friend. Bye.